keep thinking, you're like, okay, be careful, man. I
That's,
felt it for you.
that's my wife's brother went to Delbar. You know, it was basically the same price for when I went.
Chief.
Glasses,
Yeah.
pencil.
I was in public school. I laughed when I went to.
You good? You need more time.
I'm good.
We're lucky in general, we have great schools in most of these areas, so. Comparably, Florida.
That was my school, high school.
Yeah, right. I don't think anyone famous from Charlie's.
Yeah.
That's right, the Del Barco guy, he plays.
Volpe and, like,
I knew Volpe went there.
Yeah, Jack Leiter, like, we can.
Oh, yeah, later.
I showed a house in Edgewater last weekend, and the agent said Volpe was there right before us, looking at it. It was like this $3.5 million townhouse, like on the water, looking at Manhattan. He was like, oh, Anthony Volpe was just here. I was like, what? I would have came 10 minutes earlier, man. Probably
Please
baseball.
join me in the pledge of allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Almighty God, we ask you bless this governing body with an abundance of wisdom and understanding, so that in fulfilling their public trust, every deliberation will result in actions that will promote the common good and general welfare for all people of Morris Plains. Get to work. I hereby announce the filling that adequate notice of this meeting is provided by virtue of a resolution scheduling the time, date, and place of meeting of the Borough Council of Borough Morris Plains for year 2025. Which resolution was adopted by the Borough Council on January 4, 2024, and published in Morris Newsweek and the Daily Record by posting such resolution on the Borough Hall. All the above actions, all of the above actions being influenced the same day as they tend to set. Roll call, Mayor Carr, Cortez, Mr. Broom, Mr. Houston, Mr. Ivy, Mr. Pontier, Mr. Berza. Notice all members of the governing body and borough staff any use of electronic devices during this meeting shall be used solely for the purpose of borough business. I welcome everybody here tonight for our annual budget meeting. We'll just start off by saying, at least the three new people ask questions. There's a lot to be explained. I don't expect any of you to really get it at the first time, but the information that you learn, Anna has backed up pretty much on everything, and we'll have answers to your questions tonight. If she doesn't have those answers for you tonight, she will certainly get those answers for you. I don't want anybody to panic about the budget, or if it's over, or it's not enough, or whatever. Let's just go through the whole budget, and you'll see how it's all gonna come together towards the end. Okay? We don't wanna make drastic changes one way or another, but things will be explained and we'll go from there. So, do you have anything that you wanna start off with?
Nope, the two handouts that I gave you, one was, budget comparison between, 24 and 25. And this is the preliminary, so you can see where, any huge spikes or, increases occurred. Being that these are only the expense side, some of them, are grants, so you see the spike, but that grant is offset by others, which we'll talk about at the next meeting.
Yeah, so it's a two-part system, kind of, system that we use, but again, at the end, it all comes together, and you'll see how everything kind of fits. I know there were some questions about getting some more information from Anna ahead of time, and if you have questions when you go through the budget, she can surely give you what she has. She doesn't have all the information, but I think, like I said at the meeting yesterday, she just got some of the stuff yesterday or the day before, so it's hard to give everybody everything. A lot of this stuff is on previous history and averages and all that kind of stuff, so I can tell you Anna is pretty damn close with her estimates in a lot of these areas. So without further ado, shoot.
So the first department that we have is administrative and executive. In this department, the salary and wages are for the council, the clerk's office, and, the individual who does do the newsletter. Also on here under training, there is some extra funds there for classes, for the new person that's gonna be in there for registrars.
Okay, sorry, just the postage, the office supplies, advertising and printing, that's all, what does that cover? Is that like plain stock and everything throughout the year?
Well, this is from the clerk's office, so the postage and envelope and stamped envelope, that's all the postage that, municipality, tax office uses, the postage machine.
Okay.
and use that.
Tax laws,
Their office supplies are just, it's basically for that office.
Okay.
The advertising and printing, that's when they go and they have advertising in the news feed for the council meetings and,
Okay,
So anytime that you change a meeting or add a meeting, it's an added expense. If you do it at the beginning of the year, then it's only once, until you advertise once, but if you have to add meetings, special meetings, or having any kind of announcement like that, that's what that's about.
okay,
Got the daily record copy will be assigned this week. That's right.
okay, thank you.
next page is the professional memberships and associations, and that's for, the band, Rosemary as well. So office machines, they're gonna be replacing the FTR mixer in the council chamber, so that's why, that has increased. It's about $5,000 to replace that.
And it's office machines, I'm sorry. Office machines,
Yeah, it's the mixer, the
Okay.
audio,
Phones here.
Is that that little box?
I think it's the
No,
thing
it's
that she
it's
uses
underneath
to
here.
record.
Oh, yeah.
It's the big mixer underneath this.
And the court uses it as well?
Correct.
Everybody who uses it, planning board, everybody who's in this room uses it, and, the one is, it's been broken for the past couple of years, and now we have a microphone that doesn't work as
We
well.
finished pulling the wires last night.
Huh?
We finished all the wires.
Yeah, I know, wrapped around my foot.
Now it doesn't now.
So then on here, you will also see the website, and this website is, our, website, person that, our company that maintains the website. She also purchases, some plugins, Code Monkey, Constant Contact, the company name is Agile, that we utilize. There's a separate line in there for the newsletter. And the convention is for, the mayor and council to go to the convention.
With the convention, is everybody planning on going? If you're a solid no, that's fine, we could take some out of here. If you're more than likely a yes, for some period of that convention in November, down in Atlantic City, then we'll leave it as it is.
Yeah, right, yeah, fine, well,
Everybody's gonna
Yeah.
probably
I might
participate
participate,
somewhere,
yeah.
okay, we leave that.
I'll be there.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
some
always
people,
makes it.
yes.
Any questions on Annie? The next department is the treasurer. And salary and wages, it's 70% of my salary, and then also the tax collector, Tracy's salary, and here we also have the grant writer, and, the website, there's an hourly, every hour that she,
Webmaster.
webmaster, there you go. Everything else pretty much stayed the same as last year.
So fixed assets, Nancy, this is, falls under you, so fixed assets, you have to work on getting, we had a company, they've gone away. We have to work on getting another company to, just update our fixed assets. I'll say it's a requirement, we haven't done it in a couple of years.
3 years.
3 years, so it's, there'll be some things taken off of that.
The first individual was very hard to find.
Yeah, the first,
And then
I
when
think
COVID
Art,
hit,
I don't know if Art was the
Yeah,
first.
I remember you had a recommendation that we reached out to,
Yeah.
because they hadn't done it in 3 years prior to me thinking about it. But we have a list, right, current list, which those have been.
There's a current list, but it
Yes.
just has to be updated.
Yeah.
But is that enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
see.
But now it's just an update, you see the bigger numbers earlier on, that's because it had to be done.
It was like from scratch.
Yeah, from scratch.
Yeah, we didn't have it.
So on the second page, payroll and finance, that's admins that we utilize for both tax and finance. Computers and servers, and licensing. Last year we did have a hit, because, SHI, we had to upgrade their subscription, but we don't anticipate that.
So I did have a
Every 3
question,
years.
doesn't Rajesh have something this year or no? Were you talking to him, or did he say he had something or no?
Is he looking for something?
No, I thought he said he had something coming up, that you were gonna check on that or no? The license.
Another license is due? That we-
No, he's looking into,
No, I know they're expanding, but I thought we had a license coming up too, check, right? Okay.
there's one SHI license that he's talking to Tracy about, but I think it's only $2,000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Then under internet subscription is the Optimum Verizon and Mail Route. The computer consultant, I attached a copy of his, estimate for the 2 years, but I did it by half. And the credit card fees are the fees that the court, imposes when they accept payment of credit cards, they're required to, but they're not allowed to incur the cost. Any questions on treasurer?
In other words, the borough doesn't accept the cost for people who decide to use their credit card.
We
charge
have to incur
them.
that cost, we can't pass that cost on.
Right,
You can't charge it.
So we make it convenient,
Right,
and we have to pay for it.
and the court has to accept
They
credit
have to
cards.
accept credit.
Tax, we don't, right, so.
so
if
that's
they're
where we charge
required
the
to,
fee.
yeah,
So this is only for the court,
correct.
credit card fees, okay.
Does each office have their own computer and servers line?
Most of them,
Give or take.
yeah.
Sorry, I just, going, I don't mean to go back, but just
That's
the,
okay.
so the office machines, so under A&E, right, office machines, audio mixer, I hadn't brought this up to the council yet, but I've been looking at tech upgrades for this, and I got a quote. Do we need to put that in the budget now, or how does that work? Like, can I?
I think there has to be a discussion made, and
Understood.
something like that. I
Okay.
don't know how much we're talking about, or
Well-
what we're talking about, this has to get done,
Yes, so that was part of it.
no matter what.
Right, so that's part of the quote that I got, so the quote, and I'll bring it up, but the quote was to do, the audio system, plus to look at doing, camera system in here, and then there was some, upgrading the TV and maybe adding another TV, right, to make it more, tech friendly. So the total, I'm just looking at that, total for that, I got it's around, it's 67,000 for all that, and we don't have to do all that obviously at once, but so I just wanted to know, like, if we wanted to look at part of that or some of that, do we need to adjust line items for that?
I think that, to be honest with you, Lou, I think it's premature to do that now without having a discussion, with the committee and then further with the council. And it may be go under capital,
Okay,
this is just, operating. Maybe
Okay.
Go under capital,
okay,
let's wait till we
Okay.
get there. at
yeah,
least.
I just didn't wanna miss an opportunity if we
Yeah, no,
need
that's fine, no,
discuss it, I
that's-
just wanted
you
to.
asked, I'm telling you, so that's.
Yeah, no, I
Well,
appreciate it.
part of that quote was that piece, whatever that thing's called. that
Yes,
thing. Yeah,
that thing.
so
Yeah.
why flip money
Yeah,
into
so
that
make sure
thing?
whatever we buy there works.
Or
future.
it works,
Yeah,
right,
so that's kind of my point, is the 12,000 to do the mixer is
Right.
included in the 67,000.
Right.
It's not 12,000, it's 5,000.
It's fine.
Well, okay, because it's, right, but the point is that the 5,000 is included in what I got, but Jason, I guess what you're saying, your point is that we could potentially do that under capital, which
We
is,
could potentially do that under capital,
okay,
but I think it's a
That's fine.
council decision on.
sure,
How much, what,
sure,
increments, whatever, right, so.
Okay.
Again, let's just keep that in your mind,
Okay.
write it down, let's go through the whole thing and then.
And just to be fully transparent, the reason why I hadn't brought it up before is 'cause I had literally just got the quote this morning, so I hadn't had an opportunity to bring it up to anybody, but, you know, I do plan on, as Casey said, we'll talk about it as a whole council.
And then anything over a certain threshold has to be, we have to do an RFQ, right?
Yeah, it's gotta go out for
Both-
bid.
both
Yeah.
bids.
Can you tell Bill what those, what
Yeah.
those-
Well, the
specs,
quotes
whatever.
are, $2,625, anything over that,
Okay,
we should be doing quotes, the borough kind of
$1,000.
established $1,000, yes.
okay,
17.5, we have to go out for bids.
Okay.
I know what's going on.
okay. So, right, so something like this would have to go out for bid, but at least this gives us a starting point. Okay, okay, I appreciate you,
ballpark's good.
yeah, give us a ballpark.
And we
Okay,
know what we have to do, we gotta go for bid.
right, got it, okay, thank you very much, appreciate it.
And then there goes that line for advertising again, you know? Might as well jump that up now too. You're already adding.
I haven't gotten to subtraction yet. I got some
I'm
of
sure we're
those.
gonna have more than one bid
There will be
this
some
year.
subtractions.
I got some of it.
Any other questions on treasurer?
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Okay.
So the next line is finance, that's our audit. And, we already got a price for that, that's what it's gonna be.
That's Nisabachia.
They haven't raised that fee since 2024.
$600.
No, 42,000. Actually, they're coming in, when are they coming in?
Well, she just called me, or emailed me, I should say, but, they
they-
usually come around, they don't have a date yet.
Early June sometime they come in.
You'll know because they'll take over the conference room with paper like piled up and about 5 young 20-year-olds will be sitting around the table cramming numbers.
Lately, they've been trying to come in May when like, we have a
We don't want
seminar
them
in
here
May,
today.
and it's like, and they go, oh, we don't need you, I'm like, yeah, no.
June.
Next line is tax collector, and salary and wages, and this is 30% of my salary, something the tax collector, and then Tracy is the, clerk in there.
The other Tracy.
Good.
Yep.
Gorilla.
Everything else I pretty much kept the same. Advertising and printing did go down somewhat. We print our own delinquent notices now instead of sending them out to have those done. Any questions on tax collector?
And we don't have a lot of delinquents, thankfully.
No?
Not good.
We're averaging like 98%.
99.86%.
Oh, excuse me. When I was at finance, it was 98 point something. I'm like, it's like people paying their taxes on time.
Yes,
It's unheard of.
That's a lead,
Yeah.
you know, so.
You said now we're up at 99. Wow. I welcome that news.
That's
Next
why our
line is
budget
tax
is so
assessor.
good, they're just anxious to come in and pay for everything they get here. They're very happy. Very serious.
Tax
Yeah, I
assessor.
agree.
So that's, the tax assessor's salary, and then, under, so I put this under tax finder, so, Microsystems, which is their vendor for their assessor packages, for the longest time, it's a county, the assessor is a county assessor, so Microsystems was being picked up by the county. Except for, any printing that we have, they charge us for tax bill printing, they used to charge us for delinquents, but now we do the in-house. This year, they're charging us for storage of our data, and that's what, increases.
You put it under binders?
I put it under that, I'm gonna change that, because we don't have binders
Yeah.
anymore.
That line's been there a while.
Everything is, is soft.
Let's say that's data
Soft
storage.
So,
Yeah, data storage, right?
Sounds good.
And then, just so I understand, the tax appeals, that looks like it's a budget line item that we've held for a couple of years, just for, can you just explain that a little
so
bit?
years ago, when the prices of homes,
Yep,
there was a lot of appeals going on.
okay,
And what happened is municipalities that didn't, weren't equipped to handle the massive appeals were actually going out for bonds,
okay,
on that money
To pay back.
to pay it back to
Okay.
these individuals.
Okay.
So,
okay.
So this is, we have a strategy moving forward, you know, every year we have a minimum tax appeal with our attorneys and tax appeal attorneys and our assessors.
Okay.
So some of these appeals, you pay.
Right.
On drop, mostly commercial, not really for residential
Okay.
now, but commercial, there's a tax appeal.
Okay.
And you lower it for this year, you may have to write them a refund check, right? So,
Okay.
you need this in here for the end of the year, actually.
Okay.
It may never happen, but you have to have it in there. But we do try to, negotiate with them
Okay.
to drag out 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you know, lowering their assessment,
Okay.
so we won't have to pay out, write a
Okay.
check.
Like, what was a recent example? When you had
Honeywell,
Honeywell left, they were gonna move their headquarters south,
Right.
so they would have.
the building.
So, the building was at work, we had it assessed at 80 million.
Okay.
It was purchased at 40 million,
Oh,
so
okay.
that's cut in half.
Yeah, yeah.
And we made an 11-year, 5-year?
Five year.
5-year, agreement with them where we would lower 10 or 11 million every year,
Okay.
so we wouldn't have to write a huge check
Right,
for
right,
the
right.
$40 million difference, right?
Okay.
So,
And the plus side is, to that is that the municipality would bear the whole cost by reducing the assessment. Part of it is county, part of it is school, and part of it is us.
Right.
So we don't have to pay.
you're not
the
paying
Share
the
the
whole,
burden,
the whole
right.
Share
burden.
the burden.
So,
So,
we've been very lucky,
yeah.
for a very long time with doing it that way. There are some, that can come up with a real high revenue.
Okay. So the 80,000 that we felt every year except for 2022, that's what's suggested to us to hold?
Yeah.
Okay, even though we haven't,
Encumber anything.
it's 3 or 4 years. we haven't
You
paid it
won't
out.
know until probably November.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And then the leftover funds just gets rolled over to the next year, it's almost like in a lockbox.
Oh, goes right into fund
Fund
balance.
balance.
Not the next year, it's a 2-year budget. So anything now spent in 2025 will roll into fund balance as of 12/31.
Oh, okay.
2026.
Are we in the second year or the first year?
2025, this is the first year.
Okay.
2024, you can't use till 2026, so you're using 2023 funds maybe now for 2025.
All right, thank you for explaining, appreciate it.
No problem. And then the other line in here, the professional services, that's Tom Olson and Matt Bowser, they have to
With our
consult.
attorneys.
Oh, the tax attorneys? Okay, gotcha.
I'm also a super guy.
Okay.
Any questions on assessor? Okay. Next one is legal services. So you'll see that, I did increase, miscellaneous
20,000.
legal services, we did have to transfer money in there at the end of the year, that went through the council for approval. So they were short, so I could, that's why we raised it to the current amount.
So why is it categorized as miscellaneous?
It's any miscellaneous that's not our retainage,
So
so
that
it
could
could
be
be any
purchase
kind
of
of,
property, it could be a lot of things.
Okay, so
Things
it's
that come up. you know,
miscellaneous
around-
legal fees.
miscellaneous legal fees,
Yes.
got it, understood, okay.
Yeah, this
That-
is all
okay.
in the legal lines.
No, right, I just, okay, that makes sense, thank you.
And that was transferred in last year because of affordable housing.
And then
Oh,
there
no,
was
other stuff, right.
We
right.
did,
Other
we
stuff.
purchased 2 properties,
Yeah.
Yeah.
whatever else was.
Yep.
so.
Affordable housing, that's, going up a little bit, we do
I think that you
anticipate
increased
more
that.
legal fees this year, with that.
That's smart.
And I think that this is gonna be light, I mean, we used the 41,000, last year, and we really weren't in the thick of things, right? And, I think it's a little light, I think it's something that the council should consider towards the end, maybe adding something in there with opinion.
And specifically, you're talking about all the stuff that Liz is doing, or this is?
Well, this is legal.
This is legal, but so,
The fair share's gonna
so,
sue us.
so this is Ed?
This is Ed,
Okay.
mostly Ed.
Okay.
John does some.
John does some, but mostly Ed.
Okay.
I mean, you see the numbers that we used last year, right? And I'm not sure whether this is all, this was all with Ed, with the affordable,
Sure.
but that's a huge number that the taxpayers are paying just because of this state mandate.
Right.
And this is only part of it.
Right. So, I mean, every meeting, every affordable housing meeting we do with Ed, he's charging.
That meeting we had on Monday
Yeah.
cost you over $1,000.
How many, compared to last year, where it was 41,000, this time last year, how, you know, like, if we met with him, I don't know, 4 times already, how many times did you meet with him last year at this time?
I don't have that number, but it's phone calls,
Okay.
it's emails, it's letters that everything that you guys get,
Yeah.
that he sends out to the clerk's
Right.
office, they charge you for.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
And we made a request to lower the number of units that we have to provide.
Yeah.
So that's another teaching.
Yeah.
It's a fight for it, and
Yep.
it's a necessary evil. And I
Yep.
do think it's low, by the way,
yeah,
man. That's my opinion.
I think it's low, so it's something.
Just to, we have to fight that tooth and nail, because they wanna shove 500 units down our throats.
Yeah.
So, we'll revisit that later.
Any other questions on this one?
Under retainage, John.
Our retainage, you kept it the same as last year.
And that's, you just answered the question, that's John's.
Yeah.
John Ryan.
Got it, I got it.
I don't think John's been gone up since we've,
No, I
No.
don't think so either.
since he's been here.
No.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
When you call him on weekends or nights and disrespect him, you know, that's a good.
I always text the person that night, right? This
I
is-
called him on weekend.
When he's fishing in Vermont.
He's a good therapist.
The next, department that we have is engineering, I kept that the same
So this is
for,
Bill Rodden? Oh, well,
It's for Anderson and Denton.
all right, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Bill Rodden.
Yeah, Bill Rodden.
No, it's Anderson and Denton.
Anderson and Dunson.
Bill Rodden knows the company.
Anderson and Denton, but it is. Cause you got Leon, you got Bill.
They don't know it's Bill.
It's Anderson and Denton.
But this is, cause I believe under like the planning board and the zoning board, there's also engineering fees in there as well.
This is for the borough.
Just for the borough,
Yeah, they have
okay.
separate engineering.
Yep.
Roads
Yep.
and stuff.
Roads, got it, okay.
Anytime we ask them, we ask them to do anything, whatever it may be.
Okay.
They just approved
Floodplain
to
visits.
do
They get-
paper road improvements.
Right.
Right, yeah.
This is our share, but they also have an escrow account, they pull from that depending on that client.
Sure.
But we don't pay that,
You know,
No,
developers.
So you might see like a lot more money divided than 40,000, but in reality,
Yeah.
somebody else is picking up.
No, I
Just-
understand, yeah, I understand that, yeah, that works.
If I sound bad, just cut me off.
No, no,
Just
you're
trying
good,
to-
Sal. No, you're good, I appreciate you explaining this, so, thank you.
Any questions on engineering? Elections, so on there, I put 7,500. So elections, actually, so if you look at the budget sheet, elections falls under, administrative and executive, under the O. So you won't see a separate line for elections, we separate it so that we know what the actual cost is for the elections.
Okay.
Any questions on
So
elections?
just, hold on a second, I just wanna explain also in legal, I forgot to bring that up, in miscellaneous.
Yep.
So, that was our labor attorney last year as well.
Labor attorney? Okay.
For various things that are going on.
Okay.
So, again, that's a huge number, something that we haven't like seen in years, so. Oh, yeah.
For elections, do we get reimbursed from the county for these expenses, or the
No.
state?
That's what they charge us,
They charge us.
yeah.
Okay, so this is how many ballots they're printing for us. And they're charging us for the ballot printing costs for the
Ballots
number of
and-
residents
ballots and many that
that receive them. Okay.
Next department is planning board. So,
What about tax?
No, liquidation
Liquidation
tax.
tax.
oh, liquidation of that, yeah, it's zero.
That's
I
zero.
should have just taken
Yeah.
it out, I'm sorry.
But just so I understand, what does that mean? I know it's been zero, but what is that? Why was that there? Why is it there?
It's, if we have to incur legal costs to liquidate, a property that we have a lien on.
Okay.
We have to get rid of it,
Yeah. So we've had none in the last 4 or 5 years, so.
The Borough of Morris Plains only has, I would say, 3 or 4
Why?
liens, that's it, it's not,
Got
yeah,
We don't talk about that.
yeah,
Okay.
people pay their bills.
We're very, very, very lucky. Very lucky.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like knocking on.
And those are
wood.
outside units.
Right,
That's not
okay.
even like, yeah.
Gotcha.
So planning board,
So if it goes up, Bill, you see that long line of zeros?
Yeah.
If it goes up, if there's something in there next year, it's on you.
Oh, no, all right.
Jinxed
Yeah,
it.
he's in trouble.
Oh, no.
Hopefully we can.
so this budget is basically from, the planning board. They give me their budget, they kind of say this line goes up a little, this line goes down, depending on what their charges are gonna be. So in the miscellaneous line is the master plan, and the consulting and planning, that's, gonna be Liz Laney, Phillips, Price and Arrival. USAC sometimes, I guess, with, affordable housing,
That's
the
gonna be
planning,
used again,
that's the planning with the
planning
affordable housing.
portion for, affordable housing.
What line is that gonna be under? Right?
That's under consulting planning.
237.
Oh, that's also in there?
Yeah.
That's
Oh.
the 30,000 on that?
Yeah.
So that's Phillips, Price and Arrival, since
Yeah.
they're a planner, not an attorney, then they would fall in there.
The,
And then the attorney is, Falcone.
yeah. And then, so, just to make sure I have this right, you have a convention line item in there?
The planning board members.
For 1,200?
Yes.
Yeah, so I talked to Mike Garavaglia about it, and he was, he wanted to see if we could increase that a bit, cause he was gonna open it up, the option for other members to go to the, league conference this year.
Before I up it, I would get a confirmation of who's going. There's only normally one or two people that go. You go for the council, I go on the council. There may be Mike and maybe one other person that goes.
Okay.
But unless there's a confirmation of somebody else or other members that wanna go, we should cover it.
Okay.
The rooms are cheap, it just depends on how long people are staying.
Okay,
I don't see that being an issue.
okay.
So, who's gonna count?
Yeah, and, I mean, if it ended up, you know, that more people that wanted to go than we had budget for, we could.
It's not an issue.
Okay, okay, alright.
Any questions on planning?
And then, sorry, master, that's the master plan review?
No, that's the master for, affordable housing that we were
Oh.
talking about.
Okay,
That may come into play.
I
Gotcha.
guarantee you,
Well, we
Maybe
had
not
them
this year.
last
what the
year.
courts do, is they wash their hands, and when you have like
Yeah.
two people that are fighting,
Yeah.
okay, now both of you pay for master, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
And we gotta pay that too.
yeah.
So since we had,
He's the overseer.
Yeah, yeah,
if you look at our previous budgets, not so much now because we've been out of it, but if you look at the other ones, you see the tens of thousands that we spent with the previous master. But that was a long period of time that we paid that master.
yeah, understood.
And, from what we're learning in the discussions that I've had, that master period is gonna be short.
Okay,
So,
okay,
I don't know where this is gonna end up, but
Okay.
it's a start. We
Okay.
may have to move stuff
That's
around, but I'm
That's all
pretty
right.
comfortable with that.
okay. And sorry,
And
Andy,
you
you
see
said,
the attorney one that I raised to 10,000, you understand why that's raised now, so
yes, yep,
that's why we have the increase.
yep, no, that makes sense. Sorry, Andy, you said that the master plan review, that's under miscellaneous?
Yes.
Okay, so it's, okay, it's the 7,500. We'll cover that, okay. Great, thank you.
Any other questions on, planning board? The next one is zoning.
I like that, I think you got some red there.
Zoning, that's, pretty much zoning official's, salary, and, he must borrow pens from somebody. That never goes up.
So, yeah. I'm just, so this is zoning. Is this different than Board of Adjustment?
Yes. This is Don's
This
salary.
is
I'm sorry,
Don,
salary.
right.
Oh, yeah.
Got it,
Yes.
understood, okay.
By the way, Don has his 87th birthday.
He did, yeah, what's the man's birthday? I called him on his
Still
birthday.
at it, 87.
The next one is, Board of Adjustment.
Yeah, okay, thank you, I didn't understand this was. Got it, got it.
So, Board of Adjustment, again, the budget that I got back said no change. under professional services is the Board of Adjustment, individual Michael Sullivan.
Attorney?
For the Board of Adjustment.
So, yeah, yep, okay.
Any
Great, thank you.
questions on, Board of Adjustment? Okay, inspectors of building. So, in the salary and wages, is for full-time inspectors. I'm sorry, the part-time inspectors, then you have the two tacos that are there, and, the department head, he also said that he wanted to put money in there for a full-time third person. Also in there is $8,000 for outside inspectors.
So, we'll talk about these third persons. I disagree with that now. All our big buildings is done, we've had that office run by two people, full-time people forever. There's not a lot that's gonna be coming up, all at once like we've had with the massive building that went on in the last few years. So I would highly recommend that you go down to two people in that office,
So-
not three.
Right, so there's something I brought up in the executive session regarding personnel. So that could account for what you're talking about.
Really good point, because everything's
I
done,
just-
American
yeah,
Road's
but
done.
she's saying that he put that in there for three full-time people, so.
So that's included in
This
here?
is bloated, yes.
Yeah.
It's included, it's including a third full-time person?
It is.
I think what Ben's saying
That's
is,
what
we won't
the
have a third one
construction official
simultaneously.
requested.
You will,
It's not gonna end up being a third,
Right.
yeah, but I don't want there to be
right, three at a time.
yeah, but I don't want there to be an impression like, oh, you have three people
No.
going in there.
So we need to break out those salaries so we can look at that, right? Oh, it's in here.
But this is
It's
pretty
not in
heavy,
there, but,
Yeah,
this is pretty heavy with salaries.
Well, it's less in the last 4 years.
Well, we've had a lot going on in the last 4 years. We had outside, we have extra inspections, after-hours inspections, and all that kind of things, so.
the other thing I wanna say is, I know that software is an expense, but this is the first time we're gonna have like an updated software over there.
Yep.
And it can help streamline some of the work that they're doing over there, so, and there's more it can do that they're not doing yet, like they're
Right.
only starting the process, they're not taking full advantage of what it can do.
Mm-hmm.
So I think ultimately, it can help bridge some of that third person gap too, that they're asking for. You're gonna see that it's more efficient if they're using it to its full capacity.
And there's a learning curve involved with that, right? They have to go through all that and learn.
But we
all that.
hired, I don't, for you that don't know, the third person in that office was a temporary part-time person. That's the title, temporary part-time, so, that was, it could have been 3 months, 3 weeks, 6 months, 6 years, whatever it is. So we anticipated that way back when we put her in that office to dwindle that down again to 2 people, not 3.
Mhm. And I think, like I was saying, I think ultimately it's gonna end up being 2 people. So,
It's down.
But I don't wanna budget for 3 full-time salaries in there when it's not gonna be 3
Right.
full-time salaries.
okay, well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's, okay.
But again, we'll need salary breakdown, I don't know what you have budgeted for 3 salaries.
but this number here.
I mean,
is-
salaries for each person.
I have them, yeah,
You do have salaries.
It's in here?
no, no. I can make copies for everybody after
What is
the
it?
meeting.
What is it?
Huh?
What is it?
So the one, the taco is 82,000, the second taco that's currently there is 50,000, these are the 2 full-time individuals. The construction official, is 41,000, it's part-time. The building,
What's
official,
I'm sorry, what is the budgeting for 3 full-time people in there? What are those 3 salaries?
82.
The
The first
82 and the
taco, the
50.
second taco, what's
The
the
third
third
one
one?
was part-time though.
What's the third one that he's budgeting for, what's that salary?
$36,649,
And is that full-time?
yes. At their current hourly rate.
At the current hourly
We
rate?
did pass that to full-time.
If we anticipate what's gonna happen moving forward this year, you're not gonna use, a full salary for that person. You know, extra money if that happens.
How long is that, that individual is currently working part-time for, is it 12 hours?
I think it's 15, isn't it?
15?
25 hours.
No, I'm saying the number one taco in there, if that doesn't pan out for a full year, then you
I think
have
we
to
have
part of that
that's
salary.
my favorite meal, number one taco.
Always food, you said.
The side I get number two, we got fish.
I love that.
The
So,
title is technical assistant to
yeah,
construction.
so if that happens,
Right, but then that
you can use that salary.
that highest salary would go away.
Well, it would be used to, you're gonna add something to the potential other full-time employee, right?
The person that's part-time will go more
Maybe.
hours.
Maybe, because we have to post the job,
Yeah, yeah,
do all that.
Whatever, but it's still gonna be a full-time salary, you
Sure.
still have something here.
Sure.
And then you have two people and the third person goes, right, so,
Yeah,
yeah, that's how that's gonna work,
right.
so, I don't know whether.
You'll get some heat, but
I don't know whether you'll need that full,
we're ready for it though.
I don't know whether you'll need that full salary.
So then we just transfer that at the end of the year.
We
we
put
don't-
that in only because of the,
I know, we have
Thousand years ago,
assumption of
yeah.
when that's gonna happen.
But we're
We
not-
know we're not gonna use it.
But we don't have to raise taxes, because last year was higher, this year is lower, so how does that raise taxes?
Well, when you look
It's
at,
not the big, we're only halfway through here.
Yeah, look at the whole budget.
everything's going, like, you know, health insurance is going up.
Sure,
So we
health
want to
insurance
make
is
sure that we're not
17%,
overbudgeting
okay,
in
so-
any area that we.
So you're suggesting what, that, would you say 36,000?
So looking at her, if she's doing currently 15 hours a week instead, it'd be a difference of 21,000.
So $21,000 is what
Reduction.
we're talking about.
Yeah, 20.
But we also have included outside inspectors in here, which we
Yes.
may not need anymore.
So there's other things that we reduced, right? For example, office supplies went from 21,500 to 10. We cut that by $11,500, right? So you talked about, was the difference 21?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, so, we could, what I'm saying is, let's earmark it, right, and then if, you know, when we get to the end, to your point, if we need to remove stuff from somewhere, that's an option, but I don't think we should just do that right away without understanding the full picture.
Well, if nothing happens, you don't need that salary then anyway.
Right.
So why don't you take the 20 out? If nothing happens, you're still in the same boat. If something happens, you're still gonna be ahead. You're not using full salaries for the top of the year.
Yeah,
I think what the process is right now is just trying to identify things. I know you guys are doing a quick time, but as Ann explained to me, we're trying to identify budget lines here where we know we don't need what's being asked for.
Mhm.
So that's what we're pinpointing this as something that we don't believe we're gonna need that.
Right.
So rather than cutting it later, this is one area where we know we're over budget. It's just straight salaries.
This is a problem everywhere.
okay,
You see the red, right, on this sheet?
Well, we haven't really, we just got this, to be fair.
No, I know, but I'm
I
looking at it
haven't
now.
looked at it, I haven't even turned the page on it, so.
It just gives you an idea.
But, yeah, to go back to your point though, on this, the reason, this department was never 300,000 in salary. I know it was last year, but with all the construction work, we had outside inspectors that were, since our inspectors are part-time, a lot of municipalities have full-time inspectors, ours are part-time.
Mhm.
So that's why we needed more salary.
Mhm. I'm just saying, like, it's actually, since 2021, what we're holding now, it's actually lower than it's ever been in the last 4 years.
And
We've
the
had-
receipts are gonna be lower too. But, yeah,
There's nothing coming through
that we know of.
Building permit.
Well, yeah, by the time anything goes through, you're more than through this year, you're 3 months into this year.
All I'm saying is, I'm fine to earmark it, I just wanna, you know, come back to it.
I think this is one of the areas that you really don't have to come back to. That's what
I appreciate your opinion, I think we should just earmark it.
Doing it for
Come back
a while.
And I appreciate your opinion, Jason. I haven't been doing this, so I like to see the whole process and then I
And then go
understand.
back to.
And then I might say at the end, hey,
Here's
you're
a
right,
guy,
you
a
take it
little
out.
bit fat, take it off.
Exactly.
So are we agreed on 20 then? Looking at in the area of 20?
To earmark? Yeah, I think that's what Anna said, right?
That's the difference, in
The
what
difference is
part-time
21.
person, and if
Yeah,
that
for
person was still
20,000.
full-time.
Right,
Taking into consideration that you'd be losing the other salary, possibly.
Potential, yeah.
potentially.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Well,
the-
I'm keeping the original salary, the high salary,
Yeah.
the other individual, because, you know,
correct.
it could be there forever, I mean,
Yeah, so we're still inflated then, okay. Cause we won't have 3 full-times anymore.
well, if we reduce the 21, then the third person is part-time, so
Yeah.
2 full-timers, 1 part-time. Who was supposed to be temporary.
Who's gonna be post-temporary? There'll be 2 people.
So then, the next line, office supplies, that went down, to 10,000. We had budgeted in the prior years for cabinets that they had, so. Training, that's the conference, so, what's not in here, so Bill O'Connor, after I put the budget together, I guess, I'm not sure if he spoke to you, Mr. Houston, about, one of the inspectors there, he used to be a lead certified
Yes.
inspector.
We did speak.
So, there was a course that he said that I was gonna ask the council if it would be approved for this individual to take the course on lead inspection. Cause our options were to have an outside company do the lead inspections that are required. You know, he said that there was another company too that he suggested, I think a lot of these guys are using, and they do everything like soup to nuts.
Mhm.
The cost for this course, for our individual to take the course, is certified $750. The course is starting in the end of March.
So,
It's a 5-day, course.
You become an inspector, not contractor.
No, they,
You
what
become a
you
lead
watch that.
it
certified,
does,
yeah.
so we have to, there's properties, it's what I brought up in an earlier council, right? Any rental property that was, painted before, I think it was 1974,
Constructed.
constructed before 1974, has to be tested for lead, right? And there's a whole thing about how often it needs to be tested unless they get a certificate and they're cleared, right? But there's an inspection part of it that needs to happen, right? So the options for that are either, as Anna was saying, we can, because none of the guys over there, none of the people over there are currently certified to be lead inspectors. One of them used to be, but he let it lapse, right? So we could either, this is the fee for that, somebody over there to get certified, or there's other companies that can come in to do that inspection. So,
so just off the top of my head, I think we could, I don't know how that person would be compensated, right? Or something else, but it would have to be a fee in there, we'd have to put something in his fee schedule
And then he's,
for inspection, whatever that cost is, and whatever else has to be included, but
Yeah.
if we just do an outside company, we need to put an administrative fee add on there and have the outside company.
well, we wouldn't even have the administrative, the only fee is the $20 that we have to collect for the,
Yeah, but just whatever we would wanna put in there
Yeah.
as an administrative fee.
Right.
If we went to an outside company.
because there is, even.
But we wouldn't have to pay the outside company.
no.
We would
Right,
build
but-
a homeowner.
They would build a homeowner direct.
Right.
Yep, and, but to your point, Jason, in addition to $20, you might wanna charge administrative, because there's a registry that has to, you know, you have to go in and you have to say this property's been,
Yeah, that's
all
what
that
I said.
stuff, so
You're
that's
billed
right,
and
when we
all
start-
additions,
But we won't have to incur the cost
Because then
of
how
a
do you,
stipend, right? Or
Right.
getting the money from the people.
Right.
And sending it to the state.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So
But if you
I would
hire,
just go
if you
for
hire
an
outside, don't they do all the
Yeah.
infantry and the administrative work for you?
they do most of it, but it's,
Not all of
Not all.
well,
Well,
They
the,
don't do the registry?
no, the $20 fee, the municipality is required to
Right.
collect that and send that to the
it. That goes to.
So we have to track that.
right.
yes.
But
We
everything
can't have that
else,
outside company.
the letters that have to go out to the homeowners, that's the, we
There
can
could be
pay
a
a vendor to
company
do
that,
that.
yes,
And then we don't have to have a staff member issuing these letters every 3 years and tracking, who responded.
But we should track it somehow internally, in the
Well,
municipality,
they get notified, and she would have, you know.
well, the
have a
outside
copy.
vendor would obviously give us a list
Yeah.
too, because they have to get re-inspected every 3 years or if the tenant changes.
Right.
So it's not one time deal, get it done and that's it.
Right.
It's continuous.
Right, but would we not wanna track it?
We would have it,
We
we
would.
would have it, we would have an accounting of what is done in borough. That would not go.
I guess the two options are, what, a lot of municipalities have done is they have a website, and on the website it says that we vetted professional to do inspection, this is our vetted professional. You can go to a link on that webpage to a state, where the state has vetted other professionals, and nothing says that they're required to go to our professionals, they can hire an outside company to do it, as long as they give us a certification that it was inspected. Morris Plains is fortunate that we don't have to take a sample and send it out to a lab. Currently, it's only a visual inspection, so the inspector will go in, see if there's any paint cracks or chipping, something that a child could put in their mouth, and, you know, and that's all the requirement that's needed for Morris Plains currently.
And just another thing that I have a hard time with is, this is, an inspector that can go somewhere else, and we're incurring the cost of the license, that we can go and get stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree that, using an outside company is an option we should consider, right? I think that's a good option to consider, so, and are you saying that $750 is included in this, or it's not?
It was after the budget.
No, it's after, so it's
Okay.
not.
Okay, so, I
But I
think,
guess he was asking too, because he was gonna say, do I send this guy to, and I said, we need you guys
Right.
to approve whether you send him to this process or not.
right, and I think, my feeling on it is that it's kind of not a one-time thing, but to your point, Jason, like if we could hire somebody, or have somebody come in from outside, that would incur from expense.
Yeah, take stuff out of there,
Yeah.
and you don't have to worry about it. It's gonna be done, what, 60 properties,
Yeah,
once a time, every 3 years, maybe?
yeah,
Some of them
We'll
will
never
get a
make that money
certificate,
yeah,
you're never gonna get it back. So
Right.
just
Right.
Be done with it, and hire outside, and
Yeah.
make it as minimal as possible.
yeah, okay.
Let's see, everything. The next line is miscellaneous in there, we have done, I think the last time we got these was in 2022. In 2023, we added, money in there for those, we had lowered this to 2,000, we didn't use a whole lot last year.
For the inspectors and stuff?
Yeah.
for the legal expenses, that's just gas.
No, but,
Oh, just makes sense.
yeah, no, how many miles they put on the thing in a year? 2,500?
That's why that would be gas.
Computers and services and licenses, reduced that to the 1,500, it's about one computer they go through every year. Health benefits benefits is for, 2 full-time individuals, same for pension, that's, an estimate as far as what the employer cost would be for that. FICA is self-explanatory. Facility improvements, in here, I have, the scanning, so, what they wanna do is, they wanna hire an outside company to, scan and digitize all the documents in that office. A lot of municipalities are doing that. That way you have one central database that you can easily look at things.
Yeah, so,
They do it over a certain, you know, you could do it over time. I think, the county has done that too with, recording their deeds online. They started with the most current and they went back into history. So,
Right, so this is, I've had a couple conversations with them. This would be just basically a third or maybe a little less than half of the fee to digitize the plans and the documents that are over there. Part of that is a requirement by the state to have them digitized, so.
So it's a start.
Yes, it's a start.
So much for all those filing cabinets we bought.
Right.
but that's still needed.
Yeah.
But no, I like this, a little at a time, not doing everything at once, and we're not there.
So the next step with that would be, being that it's 30,000, obviously we have to go out for some kind of bids.
Right.
Or, you know, look at our co-ops if they utilize the same company.
Yep.
Now, is this something that SDL does too?
So,
Since we already have them as a vendor?
yeah, so SDL does it, but my understanding is that they do it for their software. If these other companies will do it and give it to us in whatever format we want, right? So in other words, if we, for whatever reason, if something happens with SDL and we need to go somewhere else, right, we would have doing it this way, we'd have our data in a usable format that's transferable to any of the other systems. So, and I don't think the cost difference between this and SDL is that much different, so.
It's not their ballgame.
Right.
I didn't realize it, yeah, so SDL would say that they would convert our data, but keep the rights to it.
Sounds like
Yeah, I don't wanna get too far down that road, cause you can get into little, but that's my understanding and speaking to some other.
I think we'd be on their servers, and then we would have to pay to transfer it somewhere else at some point if we wanted to move it.
But that's, we have, when I talk to them, it's our prerogative to do that, you can pull out any time.
It is.
Yeah,
So where does this get stored then?
So,
And is it secure?
yes, so they're basically what happens is they end up making 3 copies of the data, right? One of the copies lives in the server so that they can pull it down. Our server, right? So we can access it. Another copy is what's called cold storage, so they give us a drive, right? And then we can store it in a safe or whatever, some secure place. And then if we want, they have a third cold storage that they keep in their own safe in case something happens with ours, right? So,
do we have enough storage for all of this?
no,
Yeah, we probably don't.
right.
Server?
So, yeah, so
Now
that,
you're looking at $4,000 server.
Yeah, our IT guy said he's looking at storage for,
well, there's other expenses we need for.
So I was, who's in the, before we, how we're gonna do it? And there's no storage or-
Right, and it's part of the conversation, I think this is just to start digitizing things and scanning it to get it into that format. It's gonna be, you know, I don't know, 3, 6, 9 months before we actually get the data and have to put it somewhere to be able to pull it back down. So we have,
But while we're budgeting, we
Yeah.
have to know whether we're gonna foot the bill for a larger server or
Yep.
that other kind of stuff.
you know, I guess we did do a capital in this last year for computer upgrades. I'd have to talk to IT for one of those upgrades.
Was it included last year, did you?
Yes.
Possibly?
Let's see, so then the next line here would be, I added a line software. Hold on, another one. So that's the SPL package.
15 grand?
Yep.
that was the quote we got.
That's a one-time hit for them? or
Yes.
is this gonna be?
One time.
But it's gonna go down, we're gonna still have an expense every year,
Mhm.
licenses. It's not
Yeah,
gonna be
it's like, it's not gonna be
Seven.
14,000.
I think it's like 7,
Yeah, it doesn't have.
7,000? 7,000?
Yeah. Yes.
It's cheap.
No, I don't know, I mean, we got all these.
Again, maybe it'll help us with staffing, so it's cheaper than paying health insurance on
That's
somebody.
not really, that's not helping staff for there, but.
Yeah, it does, because it saves a person up 2 days inside the basement trying to find
Yeah,
a file.
but
The person, click her button.
It's
I'm-
a
you're
different way of
saving.
doing it.
I,
I agree.
I mean,
I don't know.
But
Yeah, no, I mean,
do
Too many
wanna
complain
mention
about
that,
the law.
wanna mention that we removed the line item for new cars?
You did?
well, the pain in the
Yeah, we're in
thing, so.
well, we don't need
That
that.
came out.
yes, so, yeah,
We put it
Bill
in
said that
there,
we had that for an electric car,
we
but
put
then we
it in
didn't.
there for the last 2 years, hopefully
Yeah.
it's a hybrid or electric or something like that.
Right.
Nothing is
Available.
available.
Right.
So
we
this
pulled it
year
out.
we pulled it out.
Yep.
That vehicle is a little particular because an emergency and done it, the police use it, so it has to be something along those lines, not a little car. Or, you know, we could get a car from doing that, right? But we need something along those lines, just in case, right? Yep.
But that's 55,000 we pulled out from last
Okay.
year, so.
Well, that wasn't in there,
I
right?
see, yep.
Not in
I was
2025,
looking at the wrong line.
Not in.
it's not in 2025. But it was in.
Yeah, 24, not this year.
Everybody was complaining about that, I believe, that we can't get the police vehicles.
We got one.
So,
We got one.
yeah,
It's
that's
a
good.
win.
That is good, thank you.
Any other questions on building inspector? Okay, the next one is police department.
So you're up.
So, the police department did apply for distracted driving crackdown. I'm not sure what that grant is yet. They just submitted it today. So, again, that's where, it would go under distracted driving for salary and wages, but there's an offsetting revenue. So it just kind of washes itself out. In salary and wages, you'll see the backup I included. It has, what's included, that's the union officers, the chief, secretary down there, the dispatch, matron, the substitute crossing guards. Also in there is, the special police officers, and then I did put in for a new officer, which we did hire, and the academy right now, and then the crossing guards.
Especially the school,
That's the school,
We would be
yeah.
in those.
yeah, that's okay.
Okay, under overtime, I did, decrease it a little bit, again, they're at full staff, so there shouldn't be a whole lot there. I'll let you guys know at the next meeting, if I find out what the distracted driving, grant is, and I'll put that in there. We did have some, we have up to 1,000 left in DPE yet, so I will check with the police department if they want to put in salary and wages or other expenses. Next page. And again, these are the chief's numbers that I have in here. Under office machines, then, we did provide backup as well. The two main, increases under office machines is this program called Civic Plus. So, that's $5,183, and it's for social media backup. So,
Which is required, right, if you're using comments.
if you're using comments, correct. So, the charge of 5,000 is for, I don't know if it's 35,000 or 3,500, messages or comments, which they're nowhere near that, we only have the one.
So I,
Two accounts, Instagram and Facebook. So my understanding is with this program, you can add other accounts to it, so I believe we have pool account that allows comments, the pool, the Facebook page, and is there a
That's
They're
rep?
not ours.
That's not ours.
We're only, again, this was in best practices, that we're saying, hey, you know, we gotta look at this as well, or, open requests, we need to back up information, that if we allow messages.
So why is it not ours? It's our pool, it's our, why is that not ours?
It's not municipality. Someone set it up and called it that. Maybe an employee, I don't know.
I don't know if that would hold up in court, if they would say it's using the Morris Plains pool, I think it has our logo on it, has our address on it, it's our property.
Anybody can set up a Facebook account and, you know,
So I looked into this when I became a public official, about having my own page. If I had a public official page, Nancy Berger, council person, I would have to archive my comments because they would be operable. So I would not be allowed to delete any comments and et cetera. So what I was told was if it looks like an official page and acts like an official page, it's an official page and it will be treated as such. So my concern here is that there could be an Oprah request for something that happens on one of those pages and we don't have the backup. And I think that if, like, Mayor, you have an official page, I believe this $5,000.
I have a Jason Carr, Morris Plains Mayor, it's not an official page, Morris Plains Borough page.
I know, but that's the same thing as me having Nancy Berger, councilwoman. It's an official page because I'm using it for official business. So it will be treated legally like an official page.
Well,
So my suggestion is that we get all of our accounts under this Civic plus $5,183 account so that we're protected. I think we should check with John.
we did check with John when this came out with best practices, and, we did not need it. We went over all the accounts that we had, the Facebook accounts, with Anna and was
Okay.
involved with it, and was not needed. The only one was the police department.
Okay.
Or the comments were shut off. The other ones were shut off.
What other ones?
and then, oh,
The Borough Morris Plains
And
Facebook.
then
There's no
what was the
comments
other
there.
one? There was another one or two.
I have to look at
Yeah,
that.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head. But we did
Chief
go
Grasky
through it.
called me this morning, we talked about it, like he was saying, it covers 12 social media accounts.
Yeah, but he's saying we don't need it.
Right, I think Chief's main concern was, if we take it down, it shows a lack of transparency on the police department's front, and that's a major concern for him. And as the public safety chair, I also don't want to lose transparency on the,
So I did
Please.
talk to the chief, and I don't know whether you share this information. I said, put an email address there.
Mhm.
If you have a comment, just email it to the email address, it's on our server. and
Word
it's
of
done.
mouth, it has it turned off.
And we don't have to incur the $5,000 a year cost. $5,000. Put an email address if you have comments or whatever. If you have a tip, you have a question, you have whatever, you send an email in, and I think we put on every post or on their page or whatever.
Phone that can check.
Every day. There's no lack of transparency having your comments.
well, I think because they're there now, so he's saying if we take them down, it looks questionable.
I think his point is he wants the police department to be accessible, and by shutting off the comments, you're sending a message that, you know, we're separate, we're not accessible. It's another way of having community policing, it's by being available in a place where people are. People don't see the police, but they see them on Facebook. So that's how they.
But if you look at-
Quick opinions, you're not gonna sit down and write an email about something.
If you look at, it's the same thing, but whatever. If you look at them, they're a few, more attachment, others, most of the time, it's just a nothing. There are a few times that something is put on there that's good, right, or gives them a tip or something like that. I'm just throwing a suggestion out there, and I'm not disagreeing or agreeing, but put
There's
it out
been
there.
plenty of towns that have a social media officer who engages with the public. I'm not saying we have to do that, but in the future.
I'm surprised, because I was told, and I went to a lead conference on this social media thing, and they said if your page acts like an official page, then you have to archive your comments, you have to make sure that they're available if they're ever open. You have to make sure the algorithm doesn't take away comments from the page, which it will do, if it gets, you know, it just the algorithms will remove it for you. So I'm surprised that we don't have to worry about that for these other accounts.
Who else did you check with?
Well, there's one, I think, what is it, Morris Plains Pool, let's say. There's Morris Plains Pool, so someone creates a Facebook page, say, Morris Plains Pool, takes pictures of the pool, posts them on there. Do we have a right to take that from them and put it on Civic Plus and make it operable when it's not? We never created it, the council never approved the page being created. Like, if you guys approved it and wanted comments, I understand that, but if someone just did it on their own, is that something that?
Well, we shouldn't allow it if we don't control it.
Right, yeah.
It shouldn't be allowed, so it
But
should
if
be,
you go on
it
there,
should
it
be
doesn't
either
say
our page
official
or it should be
page.
Yeah, it
shut down.
doesn't say official page.
But it's the impression that it
The
creates.
perception is that it's our account.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that it does not mean that it's still operable or not, right? Just because there's an impression.
No, it does, it's the perception.
I'm not an attorney,
Yeah.
I don't, we can sit here all day.
Just
I'm not
to
gonna
add to
do
it real quick, Idlewild Pool, I don't know who controls that, but someone posted that they're gonna open up the pool, and I saw the comments that said, oh, no, these are
Yeah,
here.
that was
I know, but I'm just saying that's,
somebody opened it up and then that was a thing from
Yeah.
a year ago.
We have employees creating Facebook pages.
I just wanted to bring Chief Grosky's concerns to the
Yep.
table, cause that's the only thing that he really pushed with me.
So,
So it's definitely something I'd like to be considered.
Well, but as it relates to the budget,
Right.
right, that's what you're saying, it's covered.
It's in that number.
Right,
It's in-
okay.
It's in that
Okay,
number.
yeah, well, that's what I was just saying, so I
Yeah,
don't
just
know if we were
outlining
debating
the
it or
fact
not,
that,
that's why I
you know,
just
it
was
went up
validating
From
it.
19 to 29.
Yeah, and that's
Right,
why.
yeah, okay, good, I'm
So
just
that's-
saying, that
so-
was,
So Civic Plus is one of them, and
That's
this
just one of the
radar
things
sign
that's
up
in there.
app is
Okay,
another one.
Right, I think as far as budget's concerned, as we're talking about, is covering the budget.
yeah, okay, good,
So
I thought maybe we were talking about taking it out, so.
I think it went that way, but
Yeah.
that's,
Oh, okay,
it's
well,
a
that's
budget
what-
conversation.
Yeah,
He
it's all
was
right.
just telling you what's in the
Yeah.
line.
Yeah, no, of course, that's what I just said, that was what Chief,
All right, next you said.
And we brought it up, like, when I saw it on best practices, I went online and I looked at anything with Morris Plains, and I said, oh, you know, I brought it up, hey, there's like
I looked into it.
12 accounts that might have that Morris Plains, you know? And we looked at them, and they said official page, then I looked to see if there was comments, and the only one that I saw that came up was the police department.
did anybody reach out to Mel Jiff to see their concern, or?
We can check with them.
I mean, I
She
don't know.
has who we looked into it with, whoever it was, I don't remember off the top of my head, that was
Don't they do the audit?
last year.
Aren't they involved in an audit
Legit.
that pinpointed this as an area that we needed to correct, the DCA? The DCA?
So this was best
That's
practice.
correct.
Best practices, who does that?
The state.
It's the state, yeah. And there wasn't a point to take off, it was just a, you know, they
A
put it in.
recommendation.
Yeah. Some stuff that they recommend doesn't mean there's a statute that backs it up. Again, you know, with office machines, the other one was this radar sign up app, I guess it's new, that's $3,875.
Under equipment?
No,
Under office machines still.
Oh,
That's
it's here,
what the-
oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why it's up 10,000. Under equipment, new and replacement, there's a ballistic shield. And again, he has a backup with that as well. Uniforms, we added an extra 1,500, I just because we haven't been checked. Let's see, body armor replacement. So he's requesting 11,700. So what we have left over in grant is 6,400. The borough will pick up the difference of 5,300. We may get another grant in the middle of the year, and so I put it towards there and reduce our obligation of the 53. Vehicle maintenance. So on here he has extended warranties. So he did request this last year, and when you guys talked about it last year, he chose not to do it at that time. He's requesting it again.
So how much is it for each vehicle?
Let me see if he has it here.
Was it just for the hydrants?
Yeah, but I think it was $5,000 if I recall.
Don't we do that internally with
I have
DPW?
10,000 here.
They do.
Yeah, but I think that's.
They can't buy
I had a
That's
call
the
with
total.
Seymour today, who's working on the
Mechanic.
cars, and he said it's like a nightmare.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that whatever they do or don't do is not.
Right.
Like a warranty, this is just talking, you know, what you have. My opinion is you don't do the extended warranty, you don't have it now. And if you have, if a motor goes, you replace a motor, if a transmission goes, you replace a transmission. We replace cars every year, right? We have them, I hope you continue that, you replace one vehicle. Number two is, hopefully when you get replaced. What's your biggest expense, right? So regular, you pay for your breakdown. That's just my opinion, but to pay an extra $5,000 on cars that get turned over, I know the miles are up there.
It's 10, yeah.
10 piece?
No, well, in his budget, he says, it's going up from 25 to 35, and it counts for the purchase of extended warranties, so we're assuming the warranties are 10,000.
10,000, yeah. You pay for the repair.
So was last year low because everything was under warranty?
No, at the time, we opted not to do the
Not to
extended
do the
warranty.
extended
Well, I
warranty.
mean,
So there was only two.
so where's the maintenance to actually get picked up then?
The DPW does most of
Or
it.
DPW does all changes, but he said that,
But it's not
I don't know
like
about
a
the highway,
reimbursable
his
expense
that's
when we pay DPW.
He just said
Yeah,
parts
this
is hard.
This is all one file, it all comes out of one thing.
It's not
Yeah,
even
it's-
This number here for vehicle maintenance last year was anything that we sent to the dealers in that line for police vehicles?
I don't know how Tracy, breaks it down.
I can get the information
Chief
out.
doesn't
Yeah.
touch it.
That must be what we paid for vehicles to go out of.
Probably pretty close, yes.
So if you look at that and say, okay, if that was a bad year, is that worse than spending another $32, $1,000?
No, it's probably
So you-
$10,000.
So you
Well,
budget
what's a
3,000 for
motor or
maintenance?
what's a transit, so?
Thousand? You know.
No, a transit,
I-
I motor
I-
about
We're
12,
talking about a
13,000.
Porsche, we're talking about a Ford, for Christ's
Yeah,
sake.
12, probably 10, 12,000.
Yeah. An engine, I would
Oh,
say.
yeah.
He's been
A
worried
trans,
about,
you got 3,000 to 4,000.
he's worried about the hybrids, because the batteries.
Yeah,
The hybrids, I don't know anything
The
about.
batteries are
hybrids.
20 grand.
And even getting rid of them, I heard, is expensive. Cause you
Well,
need,
you don't have to worry.
Well, we haven't had any of that stuff.
cause of the lithium, whatever they got in there.
So Mike, what do you think? Knowing what you know about.
I mean, it is expensive, but I would have to see what the actual, like, what they ran into last year. What is the cost of the extended warranty?
I'm assuming it's 10, because he says that last year was 25,
And that's
it's
how much? All the
35
vehicles?
for the extended
How many,
warranty.
how many
One
vehicles
vehicle?
are we talking
Wow.
about? Yeah, how many hybrids do we have?
2 years you buy,
Yeah,
Hopefully a Ford.
2 years you buy a brand new car.
Nothing's gone wrong.
I know, that's,
Well, they've been in the shops for.
They're all in the
the
shop,
deal.
not at what, yeah.
Yeah, for hybrid.
and just because the dealer said they want to do it, the dealer makes the cut on the extended warranty.
That's just me, I mean, so take a hit one time on the battery.
And it's not like that they don't happen all the time.
We haven't had one. I know it only takes one, but you haven't had it. And here we go again, Bill. We're talking about something we shouldn't be talking about.
I didn't say a
No,
word,
you,
Jason.
not this one, you bringing me into this. This is what I hate. No, not you, I'm just saying.
What do you think we shouldn't be talking
We
about?
shouldn't be talking about extended warranties, yes or no, because you know what's gonna happen tomorrow, you see one on the hook.
Those are the two things they
Oh
called me
my
about, so
God.
I have to.
I do, I just, we skipped over it. Sorry, are we done with vehicle maintenance? Are we done with vehicle maintenance? I just wanted, so just a question on dispatch services. I know that's, was there any talk with the chief about, the equipment that's down there? I think it's some, moving up the hill or anything like that, or
There's
that's not?
nothing down
Oh,
there.
that's old stuff.
that
They
is
don't really use
usable.
the dispatcher.
Nothing
anymore.
down
So what's the dispatch services?
It's an outside.
County.
Like,
I was
That
gonna
is
say,
the
it's very,
county.
it's, yeah, I was gonna say, it's because we
That's
source it out.
That's our yearly contract.
Gotcha, okay. no,
They used to
that-
use the dispatcher down here, but
Yep.
it's just become kind of obsolete.
Okay.
So they work with the Sure.
And you
Council
guys-
Brand.
We should get them a tour, that's amazing.
I've
So
seen
you
it.
can see what we've done there, why we went over there, it's great.
Yeah, I did, I got a tour, it was like over a year ago
Okay.
when I did it, but I couldn't remember if he said they were moving up,
We
they
had
had
like-
stuff, they
We
had
had like
stuff,
3
so-
dispatchers that equaled about the
Yeah.
same for salary and
Gotcha.
overtime stuff.
Okay,
We've
so,
been up there since 2008, 9, 10, right in there.
okay, so that's just, like you said, it's just the fee that we pay the county.
Yeah.
Got it, okay.
And whenever you see a freeholder, you tell them whether they're gonna start passing it on to the entire residents of the Morris County. So we put it in the tax rate. Just every municipality is picking it up.
Any other questions on the police department?
Do you think 5,000 is our conceptual plan? I'm sure it's
I think that's just for extra, is that correct?
Yes.
It's 5,000, it's just.
No, we allocate 21.
Yeah, that was last one, everything else is just added stuff, so I think that's gonna be fine. I think you got a price for it.
Do we have to do architectural drawings next step for that then? I don't know where you are with that, 'cause I'm not on that.
For the $5,000?
So there's the conceptual for 5,000, but what happens when you go to the architectural?
That's what he's
He's got
requesting
something
in
in
capital
the-
for
Capital.
200.
Okay.
So this
Got it.
5,000 is for the plan that we asked for, the final plan.
Right.
The second design for this building. The 200 would go in capital, and that would be when we decide more or less, like where there's light switches, electric outlets, that's the,
Yeah, but
you know, but we're not there yet,
We're
so,
not.
right,
Got
so
it.
it's not a part of this, I won't.
So, capital, you need a 5-year useful life.
I wonder about that.
Right, so we do have, in capital, we have, a plan to be able to do preliminary plan expenses, right? That would be a resolution, it wouldn't be an ordinance, but then it would be, taken out of the capital improvement fund. But it's not, you know, can't go out for notes for it, can't go out for bonds, it's just fully funded for preliminary plan expenses.
So we have to have money in our budget for that, we can't finance that.
Right.
Okay.
Anything else for police department?
If we decide to keep them in more,
yeah, I'll give it to you.
we're gonna come back to that.
You might be of my opinion, but it's not like
I don't think on it.
a lot of money.
You have controlled
So you
that.
roll the dice and pick one car? It'll be the wrong car.
Yeah, right. Transferable, dude.
Yeah, I'm not in favor, but I don't know what you guys
Well,
think,
if we wanna just talk about it now, then we can do that, get that out of the way.
or do you wanna rip through this?
Did you take care of something, you in favor, no?
No.
Or, no? Bill? In favor of what?
The
keep
warranties for the people, paying the 10 grand.
But no,
Do we wanna pay it or not?
Budget for it.
Do we wanna put the
For one
extended
car.
warranties on the car?
For 10 grand, one car.
I mean,
It has to be a catastrophic failure to put like that.
sound,
I don't know.
Absolutely not. 2 years, you get a brand new engine and transmission.
I'm going with these guys and you, because you guys have a lot more experience with vehicles than
well,
I
I don't really see, you can't.
do. Well, your opinion, so I'm a no,
1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't know.
I'm not gonna pretend I have any expertise there.
My feeling is that the chief asked for it for a reason, but
As public safety chair, I vote yes, but I'm outnumbered.
I don't, can I understand?
Absolutely not. 20 grand for 2 years.
I would vote yes.
Brand new transmission, just go buy a new transmission and save it.
I would go down for 6 grand.
6 grand, right?
Not a hybrid.
Not a hybrid. It's a 250 duty.
How much were the hybrids? Just for curiosity,
To buy a hybrid.
no, the change in motors and
We
They never did that.
yeah,
Okay.
it's regular engines, but
So the extended warranty's out, Anna.
Anything else for police department? Emergency management? So on here, he is, requesting an increase, for equipment, I put down the backup for it. So, it says that, $2,375 is the estimated cost for each traffic signal control box for General Electric to install. $1,099 is, each generator. So with both considerations, he's asking for an increase of the $9,450 for this line.
So with that being said, and we had the storm over there, I forget what storm it was, light at Five Corners was out for I think 18 hours, we had cops over there between us and Morris Township, covering that, directing traffic or whatever. So after that storm, I reached out to our senators and congressmen and our assemblymen, and we got a hookup over there, funded by the DOT. So if this is the route that Mike wants to take in here, I don't understand why we can't reach out to the DOT. It took a year and a half.
What's a hookup?
So they put a generator in operation.
Okay.
Like, there's a box, control box out there in
So
the
that one's backed
intersection. That one's backed up.
And we have to pay for it.
Didn't have to pay for it. We waited a year, whatever it was, or it took a year's process, but I think we could probably do the same thing here. I don't see why.
Oh, we asked, so we haven't asked them yet.
I mean, just when we talked about it, the last meeting was the first I heard about it, so. But I think it's worth a shot.
I think it's worth a shot.
They've done them in Morristown, they've done them in numerous other towns, I don't know. I mean,
Because
DOT
the
is,
entire town goes down, that's how many police officers you need.
well, they
Not
would put
enough.
stop signs, I mean, they're not
Yeah.
manning every intersection,
But
but
still,
Route 10 is, you know, that's the state. Which ones is he saying? To an American Road?
He's saying,
Mount Partisan American Road.
On mine, it doesn't say.
no, it doesn't say.
I think those are the two. Mount
Mount
Partisan. But, I can check with him to see whether that's something that, because he worked on that too with me, with them, and the DOT, to get that. And, I can ask him whether he thinks that's feasible or not again, and we'll go from there.
That'd be great. Okay.
Also under equipment, last year and the year before, we budgeted for, safety vests and never purchased.
So I know he does want to do the cert, get that going this year. Ben's saying that I think he's a little hotter on it this year than he's been, I think that's part of it, so.
So is that paid? So what's the money
It's
for?
citizen, their equipment.
Oh,
That's safety
Okay.
vest, yeah.
Okay. I'm in favor of putting together a cert. I think that's.
We've been talking about it for years and years and years,
Yeah.
just as it come about, I think he's really pretty hot on
It's
it.
like alone.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
let's
getting
find
worse
out.
every year, it really is.
So push him on that then, Tyler.
Alright,
That's a yes.
So that line, it's 7,000 for that, traffic stuff and 2,500 for the safety vests, is that line. And then everything else stayed the same. Okay, I'm done with, emergency management, any questions? Next line is fire department. On the bands parade, I guess it was two, not that, I guess, I know they budgeted for 2 parades last year, but they're only doing 1 parade. The other thing of note would be, under software, this is for Computer Square, $4,000 a year. And it's, this is another computer thing that the county used to do, and now they don't, and it's something new.
Which line is,
Software.
oh, way down here, okay.
that's the new recording system.
Okay. But it's required.
Yes.
Well, the county used to
Well,
pay it, and
it
now
makes it easier, I don't know if it's required.
Well, chief front, I mean, yeah, you have to have something, but
replace
Took
it.
the little tablets on the engines, like when we respond, we
Yep.
should respond, we get there on scene, and how many personnel, so all,
Tracking.
usually it's all paper, and then we have to enter it into the computer.
Then it generates a report.
Okay.
So these are all the chief's numbers.
And I give kudos for kudos is doing, and they do a great job keeping, their budget to, minimum, I'll say, whatever, and sticking to it.
Mhm.
Just, I would say sticking to the budget too.
Probably one of the public stuff in the fire truck, huh?
Well, it wasn't necessary.
Is
It's
it
a
good?
necessity, what are you gonna do?
It's only $2 million.
You can't put a price tag on
Nope.
safety, so
Not first, second, last.
that's what I'm saying.
Any questions on the fire department?
If anyone has questions, I would break down of every line, but I went through this sheet.
The next one is, fire prevention.
Yeah, you did a great job.
And that medical research.
Under fire prevention, it's, fire prevention official salary, and I also budgeted, for outside inspectors. I only budgeted 14,000 for the outside inspectors.
So each one of these has gone up a little bit, the office supplies, miscellaneous, everybody thinks that they take some out of here, or?
What's,
Why does he PR though?
yeah, what's the PR?
So under public relations, he's asking for an outdoor tent.
We
He
do
says,
plastic
for-
helmets for, kids, for fire prevention, covering
Yeah,
books.
that's the normal.
The coloring books, yeah, but also I think, for, what's that thing with the police, National Night Out.
Oh, yeah, that's a
Yeah,
new
they were,
event.
I think they,
Yeah.
they wanted to have a tent outside and
Right.
stuff like that for that.
For
This is-
education.
They need like more items available than in the past, so he's saying like they need 10 to hand out for the goods that happen.
And if we go to a fire, there's little kids there, we give them helmets sometimes.
Right, so it's really more it's education and, okay. So what's the miscellaneous increase for? Do we know that?
That's vehicle maintenance and repairs.
Oh, that's a broad miscellaneous, okay.
I know his car's getting older, so I think that might be just it.
So on the second page under software, so he currently has Mobilize, which is Tyler Technologies. He is asking for, and I guess he did ask last year as well, for a second software, for pre-planning of commercial buildings. It's called Flow, is the software.
I
I'm not
thought we had
sure
that
if it's-
already.
I'm sorry?
Don't we have, isn't there the interior software
I
that
know
they
that
have?
County was starting with like the schools, if there was like active shooters or something like that, I don't know that the inside of buildings for fire
Yeah,
yet.
remember they had that all, it was all mapped out? We had,
For commercial,
yeah, we had, there was a presentation or something.
I don't remember that yet, I haven't seen it personally, but, did you, sorry, did you say, about that?
That's for the
Well, Christian.
the seconds, the pre-planning system.
Yeah.
I mean, he basically just said that like the fees are going up on the first system, so like I think he was basically saying like, yeah, and like the commercial's like different than residential, obviously, and we have,
Yeah, you don't always get that access.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, but they had commercial, the buildings were already plotted,
right.
This is for my mom.
so we're not adding anything.
It's like a second software package,
He
so
wants to get a second
he's
software.
requesting a second one essentially.
So do we need that?
And he's saying we do, I don't have the
And is that
answer.
gonna be
So
the
what
same
does it
cost
do?
every year too?
Yes.
Recurring cost?
That's interesting.
So for the next meeting, we'll find out.
Yeah, cause he
Yeah.
said like here, like it creates an information photo database that will be live on all the fire apparatuses and provide important safety information when responding to fire and emergency calls. The yearly fee is $2,500 per year, so yes, it would be.
I wonder if we can eliminate the old one and,
Yeah, do something.
yeah, but I guess if you could ask.
I'm happy to speak to
Yeah,
him about it,
right.
absolutely,
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't wanna piggyback on something we already have.
Yeah,
If this is
agreed.
Better, then you want better, want to get rid of the other ones, right?
Correct. I'll see what he says, if there's a way to, if the first ones become more.
Yeah, we,
Because if they do it, if they do it like the size of the town, maybe we could.
we can get called in usually, because it would be good to have that.
Yeah,
And
maybe
do
I'm
the same
sure,
as
I'm
I
sure. I'm sure the county must have it in their Chuck too, right?
This is the
Yeah,
program
we
that
go to everything.
he's talking about is Flow.
Mm.
I,
I was gonna say he put it, oh, I
That's,
have
that's
it.
the description.
I have it in the.
So, it includes software as a service, it includes, the web-based platform for creating and viewing pre-plans, also works on books, mobile app for creating and viewing pre-plans and incident response, unlimited access to authorized users for pre-planning platform and mobile app. Is equipped with dispatch, notification, mapping, and routing to each incident location into map host.
Which kind of overlaps with what we have.
Well, yeah, we have with the, G360, I know we've
If anybody
got,
wants a copy, I can give you a copy.
I'll just take a few.
I've got one, so yeah, please pass that one around.
Well, we've done drills, like say in Honeywell, or you figure, it's just a vast thing, you turn off the light, so I think that's kind of what, I think we'll need for, yeah, but I agree, we should investigate,
I'll talk to him.
yeah,
For sure, absolutely. No problem.
thank you.
So, what is that, fire prevention?
Yeah, fine, pretty much.
So,
Is this something that SDL also provides? I know SDL does, I know
I don't
some
think it-
municipalities, the DPW uses SDL.
But I don't think it goes to the level that this does. So, I mean, I can look into that, but I don't, this sounds very proprietary, it doesn't sound like something that's
This
available.
is like 3D imaging.
Yeah, I don't think SDL is doing that.
Yeah, it's, so.
SDL,
You
from
do like
what I
bird's eye
understand,
view on it.
SDL is records management, data management, it's got nothing to do with 3D imaging and all the other stuff that this does,
In
so.
the town, I have to remember which one,
Mhm.
but the DPW uses it for sewer connections, I believe.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so,
Mapping
so
the
it's like a
sewer.
mapping, yeah,
That's cool.
Yeah, that's like Revit.
But it's SDL?
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh.
so they were down at the league, I spoke with them down there, and they just, I mean, what they offer is incredible. You just have to keep asking questions, because I was asking, yeah. I was-
Well, I will always say you can do it.
They
No, but
know.
yeah, no.
I think they're buying up a lot of stuff.
But I was surprised on how much that, can be. Anyway, just to figure that out.
Any other questions on fire prevention? Nope. Okay, the next one is public works. On there you have the backup sheets for, DPW union salaries, this is for our superintendent and our assistant superintendent. Part-time help that we utilize mostly in the summertime, weekend call-outs, and then some of it is split their salary with sewers and, stormwater.
Did we ever use this much for leaf and brush, like with storm years?
So that was, yeah, we do, I think Tracy just put it in a different line. That's why it didn't come out of here, it came out of a different line.
Oh,
But yes, we can.
There was a, I think it's stormwater, there was another one, right?
I think it's still.
some of that falls on,
Because they claim that we used out of it.
okay. Got it.
But that number is in line.
Is what?
In line.
Oh, okay.
So, just every year for the last 3 or 4 years, it seems to, Nancy, your point seems to be lower than it was actually logged against it, but
They're taking it out somewhere else.
Correct.
So
every
can
year
we-
they're doing that?
Can we lower this one then?
I'm going along with it, Anna can explain.
Okay.
If you look at, stormwater, yeah, there's, under stormwater, that department, under leaf and brush pickup, expense was 46, and we budgeted 35. So, when Tracy puts it, she doesn't do it in the system anymore, each department is responsible for putting their own,
Okay.
and they only have access to their own budget. So I will speak to DPW and make sure that they code those, leaf and
Okay.
brush pickups.
Oh, there's the same.
So, okay. I get that it's, just the total of those two budgets actually doesn't add up, right, doesn't add up to what the total's been, but.
we change the name of the line items, that's easier for them, because it's literally, they can write it up.
So,
They, you might not know, it's a set by the state.
So I think we're
No, it
budgeting
goes to the
80
same
between the
place.
two lines, and we spent
it's counting, so.
Oh,
60, almost 70,
For which one?
for leaf and brush, kind of close.
So, 45 and 35.
Oh, no, we do get it, yeah, but not.
Oh. And what's a little bit? I mean, if it's 20,000.
I need coffee.
It's 10, yeah.
There you go,
I
man.
like to come in.
So,
I would,
We'll tell you we're tired, but that's the enough.
I know.
Bill, we'll talk about that, Bill. We'll talk about that.
Okay.
You're gonna need one soon, Larry. This is like the most, little boring,
So
isn't
if
it?
we need stuff to
I
solve.
used to do this all the time at PS, so.
Really?
Yeah, I'm used to
that
this.
She can run later as well. For different
Okay.
items and
Alright.
so, street sweepings, you'll see it in here, but she can, there's a little extra in there for miscellaneous items like that.
Okay.
But there was a lot charged to the wrong.
Right, but what I'm saying is that
I know what you're saying.
that line was like 35,000, and they charged 43,000. The difference between the two doesn't make up the difference in the budget. That's
Correct.
Well,
That's what I'm saying, is that we
if
can
I'm
lower
looking
that
at the
number.
two lines, so again, I will speak to the superintendent about coding them properly. These three departments fall under the superintendent, so they have DPW, they have sewers, and they have stormwater. If you look at the DPW line and the other stormwater,
Mhm.
the total is 83, we spent 69.
Right.
So it is over slightly, you know, as far as what we estimated that the leaf was gonna be.
That's my point. So,
So it's 13,
Potential.
14,000.
right, potential to lower one of those, but, you know, we can just, we'll earmark it just like we did the other stuff, and if you need to come back to it, we can.
So I think it's a surprising amount of office supplies for DPW, but it's just, it's Jason, you know.
2,000?
I don't know,
We spent 2,100 last year.
yeah. I know the line item isn't high, I'm just,
Oh, that's, use a calendar, is that done?
No,
Is that enough?
no, that's it.
anyway, whatever.
I think they're, I mean, it did go up, but I think they're in line here for the year, so.
and they probably take care of the building themselves too, that fall into that one.
Yeah.
Any questions on DPW?
Just, John and Kevin called me, and Dennis Franklin had donated a water cooler,
Yes.
so it was very generous, almost a 5-gallon jug. So after COVID, COVID shut down all the water fountains in all the public buildings.
Mm.
So he said, what they've drank so far, he thinks they'll spend about $700 a year, and they haven't done the summer months yet, right? But, which is good, they drink water, it's all good. So they found one for like $1,600 that they can install, they don't need the plumber to come in. So they're looking for a water cooler which would fill, like most guys, have these at work and they fill them up, so they go around, but that would accommodate, like the touchless type.
Yeah.
I get the airport.
Exactly, so
Did you know?
I don't know if that should go to buildings and grounds or come out of, their budget. And then,
That was in buildings and grounds.
I
We
think-
originally budgeted in buildings and grounds.
Yeah, I would leave it in buildings and grounds, there's money in there. for
right, but he just
things.
pointed out that he thought in a couple of years they would be spending more on bottled water than if they.
I think it was in buildings and grounds, it's one of the things that didn't get spent on last year, because you could see the difference in the line item events, but, yeah, it should come out of buildings and grounds.
And just on that topic, I know that we're not that subject, but, on this here, and a resident came up with something, and she, oh, is there a water fountain? I said, well, we shut them off there and go, so whether we do one a year, maybe we do this one here, because it's the most populated building, but we did need a plumber.
You remember when we did that, the plumber was,
Well, and I was doing all 4 buildings, and it was like.
no, but it was $3,000 a unit,
Right, right, so I just
plus
thought
the
we should,
unit.
no, but I think we should have it here for the public, is my point. Because I was here one time, the cops had a domestic, and they came upstairs, I just happened to have some bottled water. You know, it should be bottled water and stuff.
They have water downstairs.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but,
We're paying for that.
but public water, it's just a couple filters. Anyway,
I think the requirement, we have a kitchen that has.
Yeah, it has a drinking water.
so just put it on.
No, there's cups there too.
Yeah, but, okay, so the DPW was okay with that. This might be building grounds too, but they have lockers over there for the guys and girls.
They need upgrade.
Many of them are broken, and there's not enough for the summer help when they come. They just hang their stuff in a bag somewhere. So they got a quote for about $5,000 on the high end, $4,000 for the low. That would be 21 lockers, which would accommodate 2 summer help. So that he didn't talk to anybody about, but if that goes to building
Turn it
grounds.
over to building.
Okay. And then the third thing, they say they ask for it every year, and he understands it's quite expensive, it's the flusher truck, our flusher truck we talked about.
That's capital.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to bring it up because I've heard. those
So
guys.
again, that's a $500,000 plus
It's
piece of
between
equipment.
$500,000 and $700,000.
Well, we have a smaller one, it's not, yeah, but the county has one, Morristown has one, Morris Township has one.
And they do shared services.
They do it
They're
now,
there together, yeah.
everybody, so I think that that's a
He just,
perfect thing.
if we can get it on like a 3-year plan, or 4-year plan, because we're gonna need it, especially with the stormwater act regulations, are getting more strict. And you can have the basin to flush their sewer lines. I'm just bringing it up, I'm not saying if you get it this year, because it's fire truck
I
cost.
would look into shared services, real shared service agreement with those 3 entities, so we can all this up.
Yeah, because he says it's gonna go, you know, it's,
We put $11,000 into it a couple of years ago
Right.
for the pump. You know,
it's just
it'll,
old,
it's old,
got a lot of rust.
it's old but good.
But just, I want, he asked me to bring up, like, we're bringing up so the lockers and, the water fountains will go in the building grounds.
Yeah.
You're sharing and building it now, so.
Well, there was a lot of projects that didn't get done last year on
Right.
the grounds, and I kept that line the same this year to catch up with some of the things that didn't get done. 'Cause it was.
Yeah, if anybody needs water, I was gonna cut the grass and, technical leaves. Okay, that's all I have extra for the weekend.
Just a question, ice control, that's the salt?
Yes. And which we're out there.
Yep, no, I don't, I'm just,
He
Which
told me
we have
about,
to go out to bid for again too.
right,
he told me about 140 tons per storm.
Yeah, the last time I went.
Per storm. that's great.
Yeah.
It was $70 a storm, $70 a ton.
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually went up.
And that,
We haven't bid it in a couple of years now, so I don't know what it was. We gotta.
I believe the Morton Salt Company did it.
Yeah, did it?
I'm thinking Morton Salt.
Table salt.
I can tell you the salt from the water softener keeps going up, about what the price of that per bag.
It used to be $4.99, $5.99 now.
That's the
$60,
pure, that's the
$8.
pure crystal, that's the
Yeah.
clean stuff.
I know.
It's worth it, though.
Stormwater?
They have hard water.
Yep, stormwater.
Well, sewers, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, sewage, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong tab.
So, we get our sewers, from Morris Township, so they give us an amount, for maintaining, sewers. So this budget pretty much equals that amount.
What's the salaries? Do we have separate sewer people that we pay?
No, we gotta split up, the percentage.
It's our flusher truck.
On the
that doesn't work.
back
Is it? Oh, it's good, it's DPW.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
You'll see on the bottom of the backup sheet.
It
the
gets
table.
charged to
Ah,
sewage.
gotcha, okay.
Pump
so-
house stuff just doesn't work.
Got it, okay. Isn't that the same with the health benefits then? It gets split up?
Yes.
Yep.
So the percentage goes here, percentage goes to the other.
Okay. And engineering, is that Anderson and Denzler?
Bill on that.
Wait.
He's a certified, no, because he's certified for sewer,
Yeah.
so.
Okay.
it's Bill Diane wasn't? Is that
what?
not?
Ah, okay, gotcha, okay.
Individually.
Got it,
Yeah.
got it.
next line is stormwater. Some of the salaries is for DPW and stormwater.
Thank you.
Same sucker truck for flushing truck.
So we can brush pickup.
This line actually went down a little,
Which one?
Which one?
the total,
Stormwater.
Oh.
for stormwater.
We took out 4,000 for gas. Right?
So you think,
They don't need as much gas?
Again,
They push it, it breaks down.
I don't, yeah, I have to speak to the, DPW, they seem to blend their three departments sometimes.
Yeah, so you don't know which trucks are getting the gas.
You
And
know,
again, I mean, it doesn't really mean too much because it all comes out of one pie, but it's nice to know kind of where it's being allocated,
It's,
right?
yeah, it's just, it's like crazy over the last 4 years, it just bounces all over the place, but.
That's,
It's a lot better than, I remember,
So I
there
know
was
bigger
one
towns-
department that used to, they had no money, they would just
Yeah.
go to the next line. And I'm like, but then
And
we
just
don't
keep
know how
going,
much you're
though.
spending on a certain thing.
some towns have fleet management software, right, so they can tell which car is getting the gas, and then you can track the usage of the vehicle over time, so you can compare it
More
to.
software, let's not.
Yeah, more software.
No, thank you.
That's
It
all.
tells you all changes, everything.
But when they do get gas up at the county, that's all recorded.
Yeah.
Subdivision every year as well, so that's.
Yeah, so it goes to all vehicles,
Yeah, I can go with it.
right?
Mom, mom's got, you know, also the check. Some of the snow budget goes through there. Blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Any questions on stormwater?
Nope.
Okay, sanitation. So the tipping fees, went up from $111.25 to $215 per ton. Part of that is outside cups, inside cups. Anybody wants to know the detail between what's outside and inside, I have a 2-hour conversation.
Sounds thrilling.
Yes.
This made it pretty consistent on the tonnage.
Yeah, just said.
Yes, it's an average, and you
We can
can,
do very well with that because it is so consistent, even if you need people in town, it's still consistent.
I even think like Christmas or something, have more.
Since it's sprinkling,
Yeah,
whatever
yeah,
You
it's sprinkling.
can, you can tell a lot about the economy with that little graph right there.
Yeah.
Better the economy, the more garbage. Literally. People buy and sell.
garbage and trash, we went out for bids, last year on this for, a 5-year contract, and you see that that went down.
And that's garbage twice and recycling once?
No, just garbage.
Just garbage? Recycling,
Recycling
recycling.
something.
But this also is the Thursday bulk.
Right.
They do a great job on Thursdays.
Clean as a whistle Friday, or Thursday morning.
Put everything.
Any questions
Honestly,
on,
I'm not a huge fan of that,
sanitation?
that's just me.
Nope.
Next one is sanitation sewers. So this is from, Chuck Morris.
So they charge us?
Yep.
Yes, so the engineer, does a report every year, or residences, he gets the information from the assessors as far as how many, single-family homes, two-family homes, apartments, condos and commercial properties.
That's interesting, so there's got, it goes from our pump house through their sewer line, and then over to Morristown, or?
Mars
Township.
Township, you know, by Patriots Path, they have that,
Lake
Oh,
Road
plant?
and Lake
Yeah.
Valley Road.
That's what we charge by Morristown.
they do the treatment. They have
Got
the
it, so this
facility,
is-
they maintain that facility, and then
They
they just
charge
charge
us.
us.
So this is for water treatment, right?
Yeah.
And Hanover's charging us for water treatment as well?
Some of those over there.
There's 8 properties.
8 properties go to Hanover.
So you guys should tour the pumping stations with DPW when you do your tour, don't miss that.
Gotcha.
And don't
Zero.
fall.
Make sure that that's up.
Wait, say go full?
Don't fall.
Go full.
It's really cool.
Thanks, sir.
You could be in deep trouble.
So with sewer, Morris Township sewer, I'm gonna be reducing that line by, I would like to reduce it by 31,000. We do collect this fee from, our affordable housing, they collect rents, and then they do pay a portion of their portion of the sewer.
So we're getting hit twice?
No,
No.
they're reimbursing.
They're reimbursing us.
Oh, okay.
It's our affordable housing, but they collect rent, so that those rents will offset part insurance, part sewer.
But can you explain this? Usually it's not in here just because. So they'll understand if you see it.
Oh, so the prior years, I never did it as an offset to the actual sewer, but being that it is, you know, money coming in from them offsetting the total sewer charge, that's why it's here. In the past, it was either on the miscellaneous revenue or,
Got it. So,
and sometimes, I do like to be a little bit conservative with it because, it could take a while for them to actually pay us if it doesn't fit within the year, then we're on the
It's on
hook
budget,
for it.
yeah.
But this amount, this 31, that we did receive it.
So it's like 242?
So Morris Township, that's gonna be going down to 1,574,
What line?
243.
243, oh, I see. Minus 31?
31,100,
what's the total one?
1,574.
And she'll give you a new sheet too. Everything that we discussed will change if you have a new sheet.
Yeah.
Hanover sewer bill, I just got that 2 days ago. So I estimated 32, it's actually 31. We're gonna reduce it by 1,000.
Look at that.
That's close.
She's very close.
Prices are-
Don't ever argue, don't ever argue.
Yeah, really. Great you clean up.
No, Price is Right rules is without going over. She went over.
Well, I
Yeah, but
was
that's good, this
conservative.
is.
Yeah, that is good.
I didn't wanna be short.
So she wins.
There you go.
Any questions on sanitation sewers? The next one is recycling.
Ah,
So
okay.
this I get from, Mike Ladati, that's, his salary is there, for the
That-
coordinator.
That's the salary we pay arrears? Okay, yep, I agree.
Everything else is good. So clean community grant, I think I do wanna change this, I had a conversation with my colleague and Susanna regarding the grant that they received, so the total grant that they received was 17,879.11. So, and we have a year and a half to utilize that grant, so I would change the 16,000 to 17,879. Again, this is outside, caps, so we have revenues directly offsetting this. So it won't raise the budget by the $1,000 because we actually have that sitting in reserves.
Yeah, but he's not spending like the former,
He's not,
so
yeah.
that's.
Everyone gets to do something.
There you go. We
Well,
got a
Well,
bunch
so
of
it's
them.
a
Probably-
percentage.
Hey,
Yeah.
he's doing that. Can we do the blue ones instead of the green ones that fall apart?
I was really tired, technically.
No,
Upgrade.
yeah, upgrade them to the blue ones that actually have a lid on
Schedule
them.
it, you
Oh.
can save them.
Hold more, yeah.
And they won't blow away either when it's.
Yeah.
Who's picking it up?
And then if you look on the second page, here's where the news,
You said 80?
collection is for recycling. And then, the backup I have is the current contract, which ends this year.
So we're paying that much every year, there's nothing coming in for that? Or do we get the cardboard reimbursed?
And the computer stuff.
Got the newspaper and curbside.
This is curbside pickup.
Under facility maintenance, we have, scrap metal.
Yeah.
We used to have books, I don't know if we still
Yeah,
do
books
books.
are gone, we had scrap metal, we used to get paid for
Tires.
computers, we gotta pay for that.
Right.
Yeah, we used to get paid for computers, we don't, we used to pay for paper, newspaper, we probably don't. This is why we went to this contract with the county, because, we were paying to get rid of everything. And then we had a trust fund that we ran through, and we couldn't budget every year because we had no idea what it was. This way, with the contract with the county, no matter what it is, it fluctuates up, down, it's covered. We know what we can budget for every year, and the money's guaranteed that way. The other way, what were the increases during the year? 14,000, 21,000, I think? Do you remember?
For the extra,
For the recycling, when we were,
The cost.
the cost of the, remember those increases?
oh, yeah, no, and then, they rolled it in.
Yeah.
Right, Morris County, anyway, rolled it into their collection fees. But yeah, it was going up, it started 6,000, then 14, you
Like
couldn't even,
35,000 it was, and
you couldn't give it away, you couldn't.
So we have a new contract this year for this, we have to go out
Mike's got a lot.
Okay.
I gave Mike the contract, and,
the next year.
I know that there's a lot of, that's why I gave it to him earlier, I know there's a lot of, interest now with the county, so, it's
What do you mean interest?
from other municipalities to try to get into this.
Oh,
And I don't know how many more towns have been encumbered, so.
but this is our only option, we don't have other places you could send this stuff, right?
There probably are, maybe there are, but I don't think at this rate.
Okay. So, we're just gonna look at the one.
But,
Yeah.
but I don't think so. I think the county, so.
Yeah.
We have that as a shared balance, a shared service too, right, Adam?
Yes.
On the list?
Okay.
And that's a benefit for us for the, best practices as well.
This is through,
Morris County anyway.
Orange County and New York is different than Essex.
That's the
Yes.
water
That's
department.
the water authority, yeah,
Period.
okay, that's not.
All right.
Very good.
Any questions on recycling?
Well, Mike was
Just
just
off
there.
of the-
I don't think he has a plug. That's it. An outlet or whatever?
You could make one for all the recycling stuff. P&G?
Buildings and grounds? Someone, salaries for buildings and grounds or,
Again, DPW?
no,
No.
no, it's the facility.
The facilities people that are in the
Oh.
facility, Larry and all those
And,
other
the
people.
cleaning
Ah,
Got
individuals.
cleanings in there.
Gotcha. And the Christmas lights, these are the snowflakes that go up?
This is just Christmas lighting, I think that the DB's in here.
Yes, the
as well.
electrical charge,
Yeah.
and hanging them up.
But that's the snowflakes that go up every year? No, that's different.
And all
He
the.
does the tree.
No,
They do
no,
like
that's electric, the snowflakes are here, or that's electric. That, this gets charged to electric.
Okay.
This is for lights, extra lights.
We didn't budget for additional snowflakes.
No.
Okay, I get it, sorry.
They bought $100 for them.
Done with stuff like that.
No, it's just, that's what I was asking, the Christmas one, I understand what you're saying now, Mayor. It's the Christmas one that goes up every year by the train station.
Yeah,
Got it.
miscellaneous lights, we got, tree on Sylvan.
Tree on Mountain Way.
The Mountain Way, they do that.
Yeah, Sylvan and Mountain
Oh,
Way.
so, yeah, sorry.
So it's the cost of lights and installing them,
9/11.
hanging them, but not the cost of the electricity.
Correct.
Right.
Huh?
You can't get away, you gotta find it.
Yeah, you gotta find him, nobody found him this year.
Yeah, I could put them.
Oh, I found him.
He was in a
Yeah.
good spot.
He was actually facing
That's
Jake.
because a rumor got out that you found him. I
No, we
couldn't
found him,
find
my son was walking down it, but that's where he was.
I had to get hints, I know, I found him.
Yeah.
This is the best one ever. I shot around like an idiot.
Just on beautification, that's Nancy Christian. She said you mentioned to her that you wanted her to plant,
So last year,
Great
she was
bushes.
supposed to plant over there on 202, the Richmond Park. So I wouldn't.
well, they were in the wildflower, we used to
Yeah,
have the
wildflower.
red bush. There's 3 bushes, we can put it down.
Oh, out here?
burning
Out
bush?
here?
Burning bush.
Yeah, are they here?
No,
Ones
well,
from
she
Dredden Farm?
mentioned underneath the power lines.
I think those are invasive.
No, those are,
Burning bush.
No.
no.
There's better.
Yeah, I mean, it's over there where the wildflowers.
Yeah.
And by the power lines on
Right.
202, but before.
But I didn't know if we had to increase everybody that.
No, because it's coming out of, I told, no, It's 1,000
She said like 900, 800, 900 bucks.
for the bushes?
I just, well, maybe gonna increase your budget if you're gonna spend that much money on
When I
bushes.
talked to Nancy, I told Anna, what did I tell you, remember? 500?
Oh, for the wildflowers over
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
That, you told Tracy.
Well,
Yeah, well, what was that, do you remember?
I think
I think that was.
it was under 1,000.
Yeah, it was under
That-
1,000.
Those were plugs, they weren't seeds, they were already sprouting wildflowers, it'll take better than seeds, because animals eat the seeds, she said. This one, I thought she said bushes, she said something about bushes, red bushes, so
That's
I'm
not
not sure.
ringing a bell. That's not.
So you're not thinking you put it over there, right?
Not
Okay,
ringing.
that's fine, so she was good at the same budget as
Wild-
last year, unless she had to add these expensive burning bushes that are invasive species.
No, they're not native, I don't
Which
think.
I don't
The
know.
wildflower thing, I told them we'd take care of.
Right, okay, yeah, they were
One
gonna
of
be
the things
plugged,
they didn't get done last year.
correct, yeah, the soil's terrible, she said they were gonna get some
Right,
soil.
blah,
over
blah,
there.
blah, blah,
Right.
so, but the bushes.
Okay,
I
that's
don't
fine.
recall.
I just figured I'd bring it up, then she's good with the 3,600.
Yeah, cause she asked, because then I won't increase the budget, so I
Right.
said, yeah, we'll take the money out of buildings and grounds. Yeah,
Okay.
but I don't remember which.
Yeah.
I'll have to talk.
Yeah, okay. She was gonna call you tomorrow.
Thanks.
I tried to buffer her, I called her and texted her on the way down today.
She certainly knows my number, so.
So this line, it came to my attention that, so swimming pool, we were talking about maybe doing some kind of fee for classification. We don't have that in this budget right now.
Which one are you on?
What
Say
line
again?
are you on?
What page on?
A consultative,
No, consultant.
yeah,
I want to, well, that's out of buildings and grounds probably, we'll take that out of buildings and grounds, I think.
that's where we're here.
Yeah, but buildings and grounds, you know, to have a consultant, figure out what we're gonna do with the swimming pool there. Because you can't,
I don't know.
oh, I
So you wanna add one?
No, if we'll take it out of buildings and grounds, which is
Well, it's gonna be a
facility,
park maintenance.
park maintenance, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be somewhere in there, but, for concept plans or something, ideas, whatever, for the city, I don't know, area. Because I can't let this eyesore sit for another year.
Let's call it
The schemes
Idlewild
will be
Park.
coming next.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what we have it listed as too, Idlewild Park, as a matter of fact.
So that we'd add, so are we saying we add to that budget then?
I don't know how much that, yeah.
I don't know how much it's gonna be, what line,
The
Park maintenance.
Yeah, I think park maintenance. I mean, I think that would probably be adequate lines to take it out of, I don't think it's,
36.
They underran last year.
Was that also where Shade Tree takes, when they cut it through
Where they
the,
used to.
What are they doing now?
I don't know, but
They are wrong budget.
Oh, they don't, gotcha.
yeah, but I think that, whatever, I think the council should really consider about hiring somebody to figure out what we're gonna do here, maybe just taking that on, in the past couple of years, and I think.
That's out of our expertise.
Yeah, I think we need some good ideas on what we can do.
out of our pool,
Yeah.
so let them make it a park.
yeah, so the water there.
You could also ask Nancy, she used to do that for a living.
Who?
Nancy, she was a
I'm
landscape
good.
designer. Okay, just saying, how you gonna pay somebody?
I'm good,
Beautification.
I'm good. No, we need all the design for the whole thing.
No.
Filling it in.
So that,
It's a hole with the three sides, so just put the dozer and just put it in.
leave the concrete.
Yeah, the concrete can't get in the bottom, that's
Yeah,
stable.
can't down the bottom.
Sides,
But yeah, there's a stream there, we may have to pipe it.
Right.
I need a professional. But thanks for the help, though, David.
so what he's saying, there's water going in there.
Yeah, no, I've
So
seen
we
it.
have to
Yeah,
account for the water to go out with the project,
Who-
that's all.
We met somebody over there who met people.
Our engineer was.
Oh, engineers, right.
Jeff was there.
Yeah.
So that line should be enough then.
I think that'll be adequate.
That's all parts.
The other line I'm looking, that possibly changed, so our new electric's going on.
Yeah.
We do go out and bid our electric rate, and it's a 2-year contract. This one, expires in June, so we will have to go out to rebid our electric rate. I did increase it by 10%, but maybe 20%. So, I'm thinking instead of 100, maybe making that 105. That's for line 247, electric.
Just a question, the telephone, what's that?
Just a couple payphones.
That's what I'm saying. Superman changing them out. What is it?
It's all our
All the
telephones, in the
telephones.
municipality and,
For the whole municipality?
That's Verizon.
That's-
And that's actually, we went out, again, down at the league, is that Granite?
Granite, it's,
So we got a third party, this is actually reduced, it's not Verizon, it's a third party that provides this phone service, that goes through.
well, it's
It's
still
through
Verizon,
Verizon.
but now, yeah,
Okay.
they facilitate, and then
But
they
you can't
lower
get
the
Verizon on the
rate.
phone. so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was
We
one
can
of
do
the-
that.
It's a big
Yeah,
thing.
and then, just, I noticed a new, something that was added, was a spotted lantern fire program grant.
So we have a grant,
Yeah.
that we got last year.
Uh-huh.
I didn't introduce it in last year, or I didn't do a chapter 159 last year's budget, we didn't have, anything in place yet. But we do have $20,000 that, we could utilize through 2026. That's
Okay.
why I put it in, so we have these funds already.
Okay, didn't we do something last
Well,
year?
Or
That
not,
was a
not
diff-
physically, but we're gonna be getting reimbursed.
Joan
To
did the
reimburse
last
them.
grant, this is a new grant.
Oh, new.
I did speak to John Signelli, and he's looking for people that are capable of spraying the product.
Okay,
Greenwood Tree, of course, was one, and I forget the other two, one they couldn't, so, it wasn't to kill the tree of heaven, it was to kill the larva and the insect.
right,
But
so
the
we had
larva-
an issue with the last grant, did it for plants, right? When it really wasn't supposed to be, it's supposed to be for the bug itself, right? So we kind of had a little issue with that grant, but now we're on the right track.
We didn't have an issue, I mean, Greenwood is an approved vendor, if you look on the state website, so they are approved in New Jersey to utilize for the spotted lantern fly, but we didn't do it
For the spotted lantern fly,
right, because
For
in
its
the
food.
following year, shade tree had to take down, the tree of heaven said we're dead.
That's
No,
the
but-
host tree that they like to
Mhm.
digest
You gotta make this
the,
stuff up.
But there, tree of heaven is invasive, it's not,
They were supposed to, but the grant was.
the grants.
So the point is that we applied for, we got the grant,
Yeah.
so now we need to use the money, how long do we have to?
For that,
2026.
for that purpose.
25, 26.
Right.
And
He's
John, we didn't wanna do it in the fall, because the bug's already born and
Sure.
flew away, or
Well,
whatever.
there's, yeah,
Does this
So-
grant cover supplies of material, whatever that you spray,
Yeah.
and manpower to spray it?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, so there's, and there's, on the website, state website, there's, I think it's 12 pages, and it, shows the different stages of the larvae of the
Right.
spotted lantern fly. So depending on when you hit it, in the spring, in the late fall or winter, you're supposed to use like cuts that are supposed to prevent the bug from going up, whatever. But I don't know anybody physically going to the tree and putting on these things on it, so.
Depends on what's around you. But if you
2
get
years
certain
ago,
areas
we
in town,
did utilize, Greenwood, and it's basically money going out, and then we didn't make a, no administrative comes to the borough, it's work, but if it gets rid of the bugs.
Because they didn't have a pesticide at the beginning, now they have.
Right. Okay,
So,
got it. Thanks.
I'm an expert on lantern.
You are, yes, that's why I asked.
Give me a couple of grants, I'm an expert. I had to kill him, you had to chase him like 3 times.
Yeah, you gotta get 'em, you gotta get 'em.
I've never seen my daughter chase after something so fast, I'm so excited to kill something. She's just
They're
like,
challenging.
runs around and stomps them. I know, she gets so excited.
So the next page, Central Park Fields, the rate of the fields has gone up $10, so, I will have to change that, right now, the cost of the fields is, $58,100.
So we get so many hours up there.
Yep.
And then
When you say we, like, who's?
the borough.
That could be rec, soccer, lacrosse,
So it's our rec programs?
yes, art.
Yeah, but it's not our programs. They're not our rec programs. They're programs we support for our kids.
Oh, soccer.
Or
Soccer
playing
company.
Lacrosse,
soccer league, my son
Yeah,
used to
soccer's
practice
on.
up there.
Okay.
So like my daughter plays field hockey for Morristown, they play up there. But they have to come, I think it's Morristown Lacrosse. I know Andy Julie comes here to the rec commission every year to,
Oh, yeah, they borrowed time, because Morristown
Yeah.
didn't jump on the bandwagon when they
Right.
first developed those fields, right?
So they
Yeah.
charge each
Yeah.
municipality that uses the fields a percentage of how many kids or
So
whatever?
we're a founding entity of those fields, so we get.
It's not like we used to.
Yeah.
Everybody was paying 60, but I was part of that commission and getting the fields there. Everybody paid 60, we used to pay 30.
Mhm.
Also, the lights were $30 an hour, but because we were getting a loader to push the leaves, we didn't pay for lights for our program. We helped a lot, but through the years,
People
they've been they wanna be self-sufficient too.
We did pay for lights, but, in the spring,
Yes,
we didn't need them.
yeah.
So it wasn't hour per hour, so we did save it there. Yeah.
so until you come to,
It's coming to, we're gonna be like everybody else.
so you wanna get lines standing up there and then nobody else will take responsibility for it.
They're already putting funds aside to put new carpet up there, so.
Yeah, but
Or they have to
like,
repaint the
with the girls who play field hockey up there, there's 0 lines for field hockey.
Oh.
Anyway, that's something I brought up to the rec commission.
Oh.
Yeah, but that's gotta be.
That's
Still
county.
county. It's full
I know,
force.
but you
It's
call the
full force
county,
still
and
there now.
they prefer it back, and
Yeah.
it's just this back and forth game, it's ridiculous, but whatever.
County commissioners up there.
The next line, one on parks, so that's for dredging, and in there, we also had some money that we put in for benches for
Yeah.
pickleball.
When you say judging, what does that mean?
Dredging.
Dredging.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's
Minor
right.
dredging.
And you put some money in there for, if we get
Pickleball?
the grant?
The benches for the
Benches.
pickleball, so we didn't do that yet, but, yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to go back. Mr. Mayor, the playground equipment that we got for, was it Simon's Park? Was that,
We got the assignments, we got lot nine.
was that done through a grant, or did we do it?
Simon's
It was
was a
done through a
grant,
Okay, great.
Walnut, did we do already?
They
I
were.
was gonna say, I think so.
I think
Okay.
so.
When is they gonna redo the equipment there?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, they should go all to the
Yeah,
engineers.
no, my, so my kids, granted,
It's
slowly
classic.
growing out.
That's what I'm saying.
It
We
is
put all that stuff in
back
the museum,
around,
that's
right?
right, too. I know.
It
That's
all
right.
comes back
Preserve
around.
them in the museum,
Get the
right?
sandbox out, what you got there, Elizabeth?
Rotary's putting a pergola next to the
Yeah.
pickleball courts as well, so. it's
Where?
cool.
Whatnot?
Yeah,
Whatnot.
Whatnot, they're putting like a little like pergola, so you can like sit under it, get a little shade, like, so when they put the benches and stuff, there would be a nice little setup over
How
there.
long did it take us to get the nets up there?
The fence took a while.
Listen,
The fence took a while.
I don't know.
So if we
No,
get
that was
two
good. That
new
was
courts, do we know where they're gonna be?
Next to the new ones that are coming towards the park.
Towards the playground?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
But that's a grant too, so I don't know,
Excuse me?
that's a grant too, so I don't know.
Yeah, right, right.
Like what, 20 grand? Was that like 20 grand we got, Nancy?
More than that, I think.
More?
I don't know.
Has to be, right?
Which
Yeah,
grant
yeah.
is
The
this?
pickleball,
Really great, it's like
pickleball grant that
We just got that. We
No,
just
we
applied for it.
applied for
Oh, we applied, yeah,
70 or something, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Our grant writer,
That's
yeah, we
nice of
applied
them,
for it,
too.
yeah. The other line, I'd like to discuss is the special events line. So in that line is, cost of, the parade, the moment of the parade, that we give a donation to. The block party, it's $500 for the farmer's market. And, the centennial, is coming up.
Yep.
So, I put in 60,000, I don't know if that's gonna be enough.
Well, we have this year, next year, to raise close to 100,000.
So that's just gonna be your.
60,000 this year.
So for the block party, it's advertised as a Rotary event, but it's really, is it a borough event? Because are we
So they
paying?
supply the food, they do all that sort of
Okay.
thing. We do the rides, the games.
So we're paying the vendors.
Yeah.
But they pay the food, if there's food or beverage trucks.
Hot chocolate beer.
Okay.
Then you said it's, for centennial, it's gonna be, it's You have to raise 100,000?
We'll try to raise 100,000 for that.
So we're doing 60,000 this year and 40,000 next year? Can we do 50/50? That have to be 60.
If we can do 60 this year, I prefer to do 60. If not, it can be 50. So,
Okay.
whatever.
Question, the line above, affordable housing manage, what is that?
So it's just,
These
a
are
focal.
Placeholder.
Cause it's still,
It's a
it's
placeholder.
nominal amount, but at the time we needed a affordable housing, liaison, our,
Tracy.
Tracy is, filling that need right now.
Okay.
We didn't know if it was gonna be an outside company or if it was gonna
It
be.
started off as being a separate company, and then they changed it that we can do it actually. So, but this is really just a line item.
Okay, so Tracy does that,
Tracy Ferrullo.
okay.
It's not a lot of responsibility,
I
but I
think we also
remember,
looked at, right, I don't know, did we look at, a liaison? Because Piazza
Yeah,
helps us,
Piazza, yeah,
right,
yeah.
so, and he doesn't charge us a fee, but there might have been other companies that would.
So it comes out of the tax office, she does, there's a form she has to do once a year.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
Turn in a form, she receives the information, puts the form together and sends it out.
Okay, gotcha.
But the law says we have to have that
liaison
one
is kind of
person.
So,
misleading
yeah,
to her.
yeah.
She's not interacting with
Yeah, that's
people who
what,
are interested in affordable
No.
housing.
that's what I was
She
asking.
doesn't take
No, no, no.
names,
It's administrative.
Correct.
it's a report.
Yeah.
We don't do any of the, stuff associated with the affordable housing.
Okay, that,
They
that's,
have their own management, everybody else has their management.
Yeah, I.
Madison Affordable does our building for us, each one. has
okay.
their
So, like I said, so it's more an administrative thing than.
own. This is just a placeholder.
Okay.
And I hate to go back with the community center, what expenses go against that line?
Buildings and grounds for repairs, the community center,
So that doesn't go under facility maintenance?
Why not?
Oh, still why not, what? Okay.
So to that point, facilities maintenance, there's other buildings not the community center.
when this was before me created, I guess the council at that time wanted to find out how much the community center was actually costing. So they split it up.
Paid for
And I do think that you're gonna see that line either. Some TLC that's gonna be needed over there. I asked, Paul Sambrowski and, Laura Canwood to, give me a price on sound equipment over there. They gave me a rough price, they're still waiting on, but something like that's gonna come out of here for the plays. That they want over there. The microphones, he was thinking about the speakers, but he had to test the speakers or look the speaker, the wattage or whatever you have to do.
Okay.
I think there's gonna be some bathroom maintenance in there, there's gonna be, quite a few items, couple air conditioning units.
Quieter ones, maybe? Little quieter ones?
So it, not to turn
That's
out.
a big expense.
It's a jet turbine on that.
I mean, you can't sit in that conference room with the thing that clicks on.
But we're having issues with them, so we'll see what they can do. Anyway.
Any, questions on buildings and grounds? The next one is, Board of Health.
I do the same thing, you're back.
So we'll take 5 minutes,
Sure?
What?
I just gotta sit in a chair for a while.
I'll
Seems
leave.
like a good time for,
Rosario's gonna do the
Bio
fitness.
break.
for 5 minutes.
Rosario, you're gonna do council fitness for everybody, we're
Oh,
gonna
there
be
you go.
stretching.
Yeah, so
Want a water or soda?
I'm good, thank you.
Tia, you want a water or soda?
I'm good,
What
I'm
about
good,
Costa?
thank you.
No.
I better go get myself some more.
So how's it going?
Good, how you doing?
Glad to see we're doing this tonight, because I said to myself.
Should I be pausing this?
There's a pause button on there.
Yeah, what do I do to hit the bar?
Here, hold on. No, you're good. So, oh, you get it this way. What you could do, oh, you can't pause it. You just mute it though. Architect.
I would know.
Lines of
There you go.
No, different one.
Nothing on the Board of Health.
Board of Health
Did you
is,
Bill, did you unmute?
It's healthy.
Healthy.
So then with the contract, health services, so the actual contract, you'll see it's attached there,
That's from the county as well.
and, that amount's actually outside cap. But in that contract health, it's, also included is $1,000 to the blood bank and, animal control, because, we supplement it since we don't have enough fees.
Wait, so animal control comes out of this contract health services line?
Part of it.
Part of it,
Part of
because
it.
fees don't cover their contract,
When, yeah,
which they, everything needs to, so.
Should we raise the fees next year? You mean like license, dog licenses and cat licenses? Have to make that up.
Yeah.
other than that, there's no, you know. Any questions on Board of Health? Okay, Municipal Alliance. Municipal Alliance in salaries is the Municipal Alliance coordinator, and also the, individuals that are in the teen center, so there's 3 of them. Educational programs, so this is a grant that we received. It was, $8,008 last year and the year before. There were 2 grants that we received. The second grant is no longer being renewed for this year. So, the grant that we have for 2025 is, the $3,343. Out of that grant, 25% is our match. I have that match under special activities borough. I kept it the same, but our match is only $835.75. The other line, which is the grant with match, is the county. They give us an extra $2,000 stipend. We used to have to match that dollar to dollar. They reduced it to our match being $1,000. So that's why that's $3,000.
And professional services?
So in Municipal Alliance, I guess we did budget, you know, for, forgot what they're called now.
So,
Oh, the one over at,
oh, Team Pride, I'm sorry.
It used to be, now
Yeah,
it's
but there's a
something
different name.
different.
Yeah.
Whatever.
over at the high school,
Yeah.
what it's called now. You know,
The coffee house?
no, it's the
No.
group that does the counseling at the high school right on site for kids who need it, like emergency counseling, mental health.
Through the Alliance?
What's
pay them.
Team Pride's old, new name?
I haven't heard of this one.
Oh, it's on the budget, you'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on.
It's great.
Team Pride was the organization prior, they changed their name, I don't know if it
I can't think of it.
is. Anyway.
You don't see it.
All that's.
So only if you have-
Whenever I
So this
start
is basically the
9:00,
grant and then
it
that,
gets worse.
that amount.
Great.
Any questions on
What they
Municipal
call it,
Alliance?
Pride.
I think so.
No.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
So
Senior transportation,
already quit.
on here I have the salaries for, the one, senior transportation coordinator, and then there's 2 part-time drivers that they use occasionally.
So I do have in your, you see new car for, seniors.
That was over there, I wrote it.
So last year we were gonna replace it, we decided not to, but it's the larger green van, it's rotted out in the
The
green.
whole bond is right.
Yeah, it's gone.
You see where it's going, or
I'm going in next week.
We do need,
looks like Swiss cheese.
yeah, we do need the 2 vans. I have 50 here, I'm waiting for a more exact price, from, actually Tracy's working on it, through the, I don't know if it's the state co-op or the county co-op, I don't know which one she's looking at. So that number will probably go down, probably 40-ish, but we do need 2 vans.
Minivans, right?
Yeah, the minivan, the big green van is gonna be replaced with another minivan because the people can't use only a certain number of people can use the larger van, because you have to climb into the thing, right? So the minivan will be replaced up. And again, looking for a hybrid, which is, they have plug-in hybrid, but we don't have that capability over there, so it
So
may
for the
just,
United use, we would have
it may just be a regular gas.
And it's, you know, just Monday through Thursday
that-
from 9 to 1 o'clock.
I mean, yeah, on the sheet, it's like 40-ish, like I said, Tracy's giving me a better price for,
Do you think that gas number is accurate? That doesn't seem like a lot of trips, if that's what the gas number is.
It's all
Yeah.
local.
it's only local.
Yeah.
They don't go anywhere, maybe ShopRite, maybe Dennis Township. Yeah, I mean,
My mom,
the vans have very low.
John did a
miles
good
on
job,
them,
so.
Well, two.
So they're rotting out, but they have very little miles on them?
The one, the green van has a little
Yeah.
more,
Put it outside all the time.
just, yeah.
They might have to get washed.
Where are we covering the
Washed.
maintenance for?
Huh?
Where's the maintenance coming from the budget?
I don't
Oh,
know.
under miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous?
Again,
It's a break
DPW did most of it.
One oil change in a bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But DPW did all that, right?
Yeah.
This is all we'll go there.
Any questions on the transportation?
Here, won't mind.
Did you have any questions on that, Ed?
Any what?
Did you have any questions on that?
No,
No.
No.
no,
Sally, you're very considerate.
Robert's Garden, it was the same amount.
This, miscellaneous usually covers what?
Plants and, well, the
Bulbs, I
flower
think it's like
plants.
they do bulbs in the spring, like tulips and stuff like that.
Is that, so that's not under,
Could be fertilizer or, you know.
but it's not under like shade tree or
No.
stuff, no?
It's
it's
a
separate,
separate.
they have their own blue board and.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's separate, like,
Yeah.
okay.
Any questions on Robert's Garden?
We have a separate line item for flower plants as opposed to everything else? Okay.
Spent a lot over there.
Memorial Day, it's
They're
all
very
flowers.
I think Art was looking to do,
Well, there's
the
like
board
annuals.
wanted to do some mapping or.
You know, what's going
Yeah, I
on,
don't
they
know.
were looking for an architect.
There's some of it's drawn, but they want to make it digitized, so they could share and update it. She posted that in plain stuff, I think.
Yeah, that they were looking for someone, but I guess they didn't get it. Okay, the next line is recreation. So in this, this is the secretary, the director, and the recreation coordinator is in this line. As far as salaries, office supplies. I normally don't get anything from rec, so I kind of look at what they spent last year. The one sheet that I do get from rec is
You
for
got
the
that one
special events and the
With my adjustments
contributions.
on it, right?
Huh?
You got the one with my adjustments?
But that's, rec and, you know,
Okay.
the summer camp, yeah. So, I just look at what they spent the prior year and adjust it accordingly.
What are the contributions to?
Yeah, so the contributions, I do have the extra sheet.
Okay. Oh, it's on, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
I did change the one contribution that they had for Little League, Walnut Park is not a contribution, I took it out. Sports funds, that's not I took that out. I reduced them, and then we've always been given the contribution to the band for 700, they actually are doing 4 concerts?
Yeah,
I just saw it, yeah.
He's been doing.
So
it
that's
for
at
years.
25,400.
Gotcha.
The consortium is the bill that we get, the clerk's office gets, and we pay that.
Just want to bring up, while we're talking about it, whoever's in charge of cleaning people in Little League, you guys are gonna have to discuss some sort of arrangement for the bathrooms over there for this year, if that gets going. Be cleaning.
Sorry?
Somebody,
I don't have a problem.
Yeah, but it's not a-
Would she be doing within her 40 hours, within her 35
I'm
hours?
supposed to charge that.
That's gotta be something totally different.
You gotta give her back.
Little League does or something.
Lily provided some of that, yes. But they don't wanna do. Okay, we'll talk about
Yeah,
that.
but that's gotta be handled before Little League starts.
Okay.
I
I will do that, I will do that.
So I had a conversation with Jerry about it.
Yeah, and I did too.
No, about that whole, you can speak then, because I did explain it to him.
Right, and we were getting Little League used to do all the cleanups, and they just stopped.
I explained it this year,
No,
I just had a
down there
conversation with them
involved,
2 days
Yeah,
ago.
but the other town.
That place is extremely busy and extremely
It's gotta be
dirty.
cleaned.
Every day it's gotta be done,
Right.
So
every day.
The rec programs, they spent under under a third of their budget. So, you know, what are we doing here? Are we over budgeting for the programs still, or are we good with that number?
That may have happened
They're on
because
the
we may have
second page,
retained,
special
Nancy,
events?
No, that's.
we may have retained money from soccer and lacrosse.
Under
We
special
also-
events, it's the top part of it.
Events, she's talking about.
You said events?
Okay, hold on,
No,
so
it's
wait,
different, Nancy.
Okay,
Special
so-
events is different, it's a different line.
so what are we doing with special events? Let's start with alright. What are the rec programs then?
Right.
What are rec programs that are budgeted for 10,000, we spent 3,900?
Oh, under rec programs, I knocked it down to 10,000, it was up, 15 for the sports fund. I put it in there instead of contributions, because I'm going to contribute to. So I did put it in this 10,000, and also in there is in case, summer camp, so summer camp is supposed to wash, revenue coming in, goes to expenses, but if there's a shortage, it would come out of this line.
So what was the first thing? Summer camp, I get it. What was the first part of this?
They had budgeted for sports funds under contributions,
Yeah,
but
that's not a thing.
it's not a contribution, so I put it under that.
Well, what is it?
You'd have to check with the,
If I'm not mistaken, didn't we set this
I
up
think it's
because, the summer events needed money ahead of time? And they had to go through the voucher system so they can
Like
get
the tennis program?
all that stuff.
Mhm.
So they were, what we were supposed to, actually, when the money came back, supposed to reimburse and break even, so I don't know. But this was done on purpose because of, they didn't have the money right away to start up.
the way Dave explained it to me is that they came in and fought for additional money for the summer camp. Dave had put in a $5,000 cushion in there. If they expend more than they bring in, that 5,000 would offset it.
I don't think that was why we did it, Anna. I think it was because they needed money up front to get things going.
Because then it would just be refunded.
Right, and it would be refunded back, and that was the way it was set up. But I remember it.
So I think what's been happening too is now when they do their summer camp, they say donation 5,000 for so
Oh.
they include that in.
But then we get it back, right?
Well, they were short this year, they were over last year, they
Oh,
did
well,
have
let me get a
excess,
hold of it, you gotta let me know that.
excess money, this year they were short 3,000. So, and some of that will get covered with this.
And that went
So
to a horrible place to our kids.
it goes different years, so some years you actually, break even, or you know, it's
But
not
it was
supposed
done with
to
that
be a money
understanding.
maker, it's supposed to
No,
just help
it's a service.
facilitate, yeah.
So, you were informed today also under special events that they're not doing a breakfast, is that true?
Wait,
They're thinking about not gonna breakfast after they don't have.
But these are,
Yeah, no, the eggs are gonna do.
but these are the breakfast from you.
I know, they wanted to do it this year.
They should have gotten back to it though.
so special events,
Good.
Let's change topics.
That's why we're.
special
I read
events,
enough of this last night.
special events is also, seems to be like overfunded. When you look at the list of events, they didn't, this doesn't show you what they actually spent on special events last
This is
year.
what they're asking to
Yeah,
do.
this is the next page.
It's on
Yeah,
the
no,
other
but that's
page.
only, we don't see actual line item for which events, what did they spend. That's not on here, but like, for example, the senior citizen picnic was budgeted for 2,500, and I think Anna said they spent 750.
So you don't have what's encumbered is what she's saying, Anna.
Yeah, thank you.
No,
You don't have the
this sheet is
income.
from Carmine as
I got
backup
you.
to the budget, so no,
But
on,
can you have for next time what was encumbered? Because I know that we retained, we're
You want
supposed to
the grades?
retain
I have it done
soccer and lacrosse to
wait,
offset
do I
the
have
Greystone
it?
price
I have
for the
it.
fields.
Give her a minute, give her a second, she'll find it.
It's not. It's not something to do with six, I do.
I sent you, I got a text, Joe.
Eat fish,
I told him, get over there and give me a bill, because I don't, cause what happened, that's like a cancer there.
okay.
Next thing you know, it'll be wider and wider, and that's another topic that he didn't invite.
The first good sign is tearing up.
It's tearing?
Jason, how was that,
No, it's
how, 10,
terrible.
15 years old, right?
On the edge?
No, right down where the white line is.
It must have been a separate, they must have had a separate stitched in, the white versus painting it. But it was, like, you could pull it right out.
I'll go there. You know what, are you gonna go there? Let's go to the mall, look at it, we'll tell Joe. I told Joe to go there.
Well, that was my bring up, like, I don't repair it. or
Yes.
Replace it, it's probably time to replace.
Well, we're not gonna get that done this year.
We should talk about, like.
Yeah, but we gotta get a price.
Right.
Yeah, you got budget.
No, not so issue, but it's.
You gotta get a price, you gotta see.
It's by how old now, 15 years old? 20 years old?
And that's about and it's the most used
Yeah.
area in Morris Plains, second to nothing.
But I mean,
And,
the big stuff that is, I don't know what it costs, right, the drainage all there and
Yeah.
stuff.
that stays.
Yeah,
We just gotta get the carpet.
I'm not saying it's cheap, but it's cheaper
Yeah.
than if we had
Yeah,
to put
yeah,
a brand new.
you're not doing the
Because they
building
did 250, right, 250,000 that long ago?
for everything.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's just the part of it, that might be 250,000, I don't know, I have no idea.
If anybody wants to see it, these are
Yeah, let me see.
pictures
I
from
wanna
our,
see it.
just go, just,
Oh, yeah.
it's right where the line came out, and you just don't want nobody tripping on that end.
Check the spike.
And the other thing is, it's
How many
like,
kids will go there and mess with it before you know it?
well, you know what it is? They're so desperate to play, that when we had the snowstorm, there was 12 kids over there with shovels. They carved an area, and then, I'm like, I can't stop these kids.
No.
But I was ticked off that he was in a shovel, I'm saying, I wonder if some of them are gonna start ripping.
Yeah.
But it's just so beautiful to,
Yeah.
you know, they were home, there's no day and they're playing, I mean, that's what a park's for.
Okay, so if we start from the first one, bonfire, it was canceled due to wildfires. Fireworks, we did pay.
Hold on, you guys, are you listening?
That's 3/4 travel.
He's going.
Halloween, we did pay the 250. Theater program, they budgeted 4,500 and we spent 740. Summer concerts, they budgeted 4,000, and with the band, even though it's in a different department, or say they spent 3,100, but it was 24 that they paid out from that line. Family Day, they budgeted 15,000 and they paid out 10,700 or expensed. Pool events, no, nothing.
They
Block
used to
dance,
have them and they don't do them no more.
they said the pool
They
doesn't
did.
have
Some
some.
events.
They did, but
They
they,
last,
yeah, I mean, they must have had three of them, four of them.
But, Jerry said that, I guess the pool doesn't, the pool,
So it comes out of the pool
Expensive.
budget.
right,
Oh, not this line, okay.
right. Block dance, that's in, we
Somewhere
talked about
else.
it before.
Different budget,
Yeah.
0.
Senior citizen picnic, they budgeted 2,500, they spent $750. Recreation events, various events, they, this is last year that they asked for 3,000, of course they, asked for 35 this year, but out of the 3,000, they only spent $333.70.
Okay, so we have rec events here, but they also have rec on the other page, rec programs,
So the rec programs are,
summer camp.
well, it's for, like, if they need paddles, if they need, equipment for one of the instructors, that we keep the equipment. you
Oh,
know.
okay, so it's equipment,
Well, it's various expenses that recreation.
Okay.
Yeah, for programs,
okay,
and Nancy, under contributions,
like yoga mats,
yes.
okay,
under contributions, Nancy?
Yeah.
Soccer and lacrosse, there's 3,000 in soccer and it's 4,000 in lacrosse. We hold, it's there, but we hold the money back to
Yeah.
offset Greystone, because both those kids use Greystone.
all right, we're not there yet, we're still on Easter Bunny.
So, breakfast
Oh.
for the Easter bunny
No, you were done.
on top,
No.
they budgeted 1,500, we spent
I'm sorry.
444.
That's okay.
444?
My bad.
Well, they sell tickets, right?
I just
So
wanna be
some of the
sure.
money, offsets the food and whatever they purchase. Senior exercises, 40
So, so
sessions.
this year, if that, we could take the three out of there, if it's not gonna be there this year, right?
3 what?
3,000 for 25.
Like pool events.
So we're doing these, for the breakfast.
So
Yeah, they're budgeted this year, so last year was
Put a
1,500, this
1,000
year's
We need
3,000.
eggs,
No, put 1,000, cause you gotta do the eggs.
You gotta do the eggs.
Prizes,
the prizes. I'm fine with 1,000.
Sorry, wait.
for last year we spent 444, okay, got it.
Yeah. Senior exercise, 40 sessions, we budgeted 2,000 and nothing was spent.
So did they not have an instructor, or, do you know? They couldn't find an instructor?
Some of the stuff, I don't know if they charge, but these are this is supposed to be for the free ones.
Okay. I mean, they used to have this.
Book club, they budgeted $250, maybe she does it for free.
Yeah, they still have it.
Yeah.
There's
Winter,
two book clubs.
yeah, winter event, 500, not spent, and then the COVID-19 wasn't spent, that's just,
We don't need that line anymore.
right.
God willing, right?
Why did they ask for so much more on the
We spent 40,000.
Why did they ask for more in any of those categories? when they
Everything is up
spend-
10-20%, rides, clowns, everything.
Yeah, but they spent $10,000 in 24,
Yeah.
and they're asking for 3,000 more than they budgeted.
Welcome to the world of government budgeting.
So they spent 40,017.
No, but if they don't use it, it goes to the general fund, so whatever they didn't use, it comes back to the general fund.
Yeah.
So it's good to have it there in case something were to happen, but I see what you're saying, it's a little
It's just a
over.
consistent.
It's a little high, yeah. None, just cause it's there.
You run their explanation.
They are
If you just
40,
hope they-
42.
that's not a service to do it.
What are we cutting there? Keep going.
Well, they spent 40,000 last year, so,
What do we have, 67,750?
67, right?
I already took block dance out.
pool events is coming out, cause we have it somewhere else, right?
Well, the pool, but, right.
As long as it's definitely picked
I
up.
wouldn't eliminate any of the lines, I would drastically reduce them, but leave the lines in there, not all of them drastically reduce, but leave the lines in there with something in there,
Okay.
so that it's not forgotten or else they all goes away.
I thought they were doing pool events in a different one, but if they're not, let's do it.
If you have different coordinators that wanna do different things, you still have to have
Yeah.
stuff here.
What did you encumber on Family Day last year? I'm gonna get the number, I'm sorry.
10,700.
And like I said, that is a big discrepancy there, you wanna drop it a little bit, or just leave it there, it goes in general funds.
Leave it at 15.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it at 8.
You guys okay with that?
Yeah.
15 it is? And you'll make that adjustment?
Mhm.
Senior picnic, we could probably put down half that, probably.
We'll take 1,000 or.
Yeah, right.
And probably the same thing for recommends.
You want to leave it at 1,000 or?
No,
we
make
want-
it 1,500.
Most of the stuff gets donated anyway, not for.
You say recommends we go to 1,500.
And they spent really nothing on it.
Yeah, they spent $300 last year, but you're saying go to 2,500?
On where?
Recommends.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go to what? On recommend?
Lower.
How much?
Are you talking about that?
Yeah, I mean, that's.
Hold it up.
So you at 3,500 recommend? Those were in case they wanted to do like they used to do like a February comedy thing and all that stuff, and then Rotary got involved, some rec pulled out, so it's.
The senior exercise, I know we have, an individual there that's doing something.
well, yeah, she's doing that.
But we're paying her through salary and wages, not through this, so I don't know what this would be
That should be
for.
offset then. Shouldn't this be offset with whatever the fees are for that class?
Well,
Like,
it's free, it's a free
Free.
class, so we're paying her in salary and wages.
No, guys, this was to cover the cost,
So, yeah.
but it's not.
It should
It's
come
not.
out of
She's
your
not
Oh,
salary.
yes,
Like double counting.
Well, it's double budgeted.
Salary and wages out of rec?
Right, I do salary and wages, I calculate what that is.
She's an employee, she's considered an employee?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, I think the Jason's plan may be lower, but keep it in there.
Don't take anything out, Laura, don't take anything out.
Yeah, because we used to have senior aqua sauce too.
I don't know what, this aqua size.
That was,
Oh,
But that's at the
cool.
pool.
it's in their budget too?
No, that's a, well, they
Yeah, I know it's in the
charge
pool.
for that program, right? The aqua size?
I think they charge them.
Yeah.
Alright.
Maybe look like that. Make that 1,000 then? See that, right?
Sure.
That makes sense.
All right, what's the difference then, there,
What are we doing with the Easter bunny breakfast?
I think we had 1,000, you said, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
It's been 1,500 every year, and we just put it back to that.
No.
Oh, that's just
We're
right.
only gonna do eggs.
They're not having it this year.
I believe
Have you
if
seen
they
the
were
price of
doing-
eggs, Mike?
Plastic ones, have you seen the price of eggs?
$8 a dozen now.
I was just in Lidl, the low prices aren't on eggs over
You
there.
don't need eggs?
Absolutely. Right, see, something to be said for that.
Summer concerts,
Thinking ahead.
we're still only gonna do the 4,
It's
right?
only 4, but they're, well, I don't know what that,
That's 2,400.
I know they have a new one, I don't know the cost of the new band.
Sorry, what did we say, it's a breakfast,
I
is
didn't give it
1,000?
to me, I don't have that.
Cause it, I saw Lisa the other, last week, 2 weeks ago, she said we did the new band, but I don't know what the price of it was.
So an additional weekend?
No,
Oh.
it's the new van, but I don't know what the price of the van was.
I mean, they're paying different now.
Yeah,
Oh. That's interesting.
Where is that? Oh, summer concert.
so what did they spend last year for that?
24.
I would make that, I would probably leave it at 3.
Yeah, okay. It gets a nice turnout over there, that's a great, right across the street from the house, yeah.
Yes.
It's a good cut.
You saw parking in the,
Yeah,
bar.
absolutely. The kids are selling lemonade
Yeah.
there.
There's,
Yeah.
this Anna, this one here, you're gonna send it to one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes
And
sense.
they switch to selling hot chocolate when we get the
it
winter.
looks like it's gone down an additional 12,500.
So it's the total now?
12.5, you said?
It's going down 25.
So 67,750 minus 12,5.
Back there, 55.
Yeah.
Any more questions on recreation?
Nope.
Okay, shade tree. So this is from the Shade Tree Commission,
Park committee is going up to 17,000.
and they wanted,
They went up by
give you
$10,000.
that sheet.
Yep, but that's their goals and objectives, but it doesn't explain why they raised their budget by 10 grand.
Well, they requested 13,000 last year extra every year, so I think it's 13, if not more. I think it was 20,000 at the end of the year last year. They requested, so they were starting in the hole.
No, because they
No,
asked for
they have-
96 last year,
Oh,
so that's not a whole.
No, I know, at the end of the year after the budget, they asked for additional funds at the end of the year. They didn't get it, they wanted it in this year.
Well, I don't think they should get it just because they asked for
Right,
it.
that's their position.
Guys, I was very skeptical before I became Rules and Grounds, but I can tell you there's a lot a lot of tree work needed in Morris Plains. I'm not an arborist, but I am a construction. Like I told you guys last night, thank God for that windstorm, it knocked a lot of dead branches and probably saved some money, but you go to every park and you start looking up, it's a lot, we got a lot of trees in Morris Plains. And I know Nancy said like 16,000 for Chatham, I don't know how, the most beautiful oak trees are in Chatham, and they're all maintained so well, I don't know how they do it with 16,000, they gotta have some other.
We have a
form
separate
of,
parks department?
Half, well, did you ever see I mean, you're from Chatham, right? Mass and Chatham both, the oaks,
Yeah.
they're just gorgeous,
I grew up on South Oak Ford.
yeah, they're just gorgeous. But that's my opinion is,
So what's
I-
the difference between the parks maintenance going up to 10,000 and the storm damage to 10,000? Like, what are the two different items?
Yeah, it's park maintenance is maintenance, storm damage is damage, right? So
Well, why
if
not go
something
10
comes down-
grand, like if you worry about each one of the storm? So, like, I know there was some thought about the ash trees behind the, community park there.
But they've also,
those gotta go out.
there's no actual against it.
No, right, I'm saying if that, like, why do they bump up that one 10 grand if they have it,
Well, there's still ash trees left that we got to take down.
yeah, with, like, 3 of them, I think you said, right?
Well, I
It was
accumulated.
5, yeah.
They gave us a report last,
I gave you guys one last night, right? The paper?
Yeah, but before that, the week before, at the council meeting, they gave us a report that was a work plan that they discussed with 4 trees at Community Park, right, 2 behind the Welcome to Morris Plains sign on Johnson Road, stump removal somewhere, a fallen tree by the trail on Malpartis Road, and then the rest was purchasing. So that's 7 trees that they're in their plan that they want to remove. And then,
They want to put it in for 15 or something.
but still, they're saying the budget for January to March would be 24,175. And so the first 2 months, they already spent 21,000 of that first quarter budget. So I guess I'm just not, if this is their plan, it doesn't look like they need $120 whatever thousand
No,
dollars.
I don't think so either, Nancy.
What?
I don't think so either. I
This-
think that,
this-
that
this-
number that we did last year, I think I talked to Rob and they should be able to do it, but I'd be very wary to lower them below that, because if they don't use it, they'll encumber it, it goes back to us, but it's a nice thing
here's
to
the
have
point.
if we have a hurricane or we have something.
No, but the thing is, they had, their budget that they outlined with the 7 trees being removed. Last year, they took 72 trees, they pruned 72 trees and took 30 trees down. So like, if this is their plan, how are they getting to that number, even the $96,000 number? I don't understand how they're getting it, because, and again, the big issue here is that there is nobody that's, if somebody complains about a tree, the only person who can verify that that tree needs to come down is the same person who's also making the money
No,
from taking it.
DPW goes there first, and they will take that tree down if if it involves climbing, if it involves anything near a power line, they legally cannot touch it, or if it goes in the waterways, they legally can't touch it, and then they give it to the forester who was the lowest bidder for tree removal, pruning, and all that stuff.
I know, but in their report, it says that, forester and the vendor is making tree recommendations for tree removal. So
No.
that's,
We get memos as to complaints from our residents,
And they said
and
that
that goes to DPW. Most of the time, they're able, like, when the trees fell down right here at by the batting cages here at Community Park, DPW was able to remove them.
I think the DPW is going to tell them what trees come down, I think, Dave Doobie goes with that.
It usually comes from a memo
He's the
from the.
Oh, I know that, and then he checks it out.
I don't even know if he really goes out that much and does that kind of stuff.
He
This
used
is
to
more
drive
like,
around, pick what trees are gonna be
and
pruned.
he's doing that at his time, but I think it's mostly off the memos, is what I saw. In my 2 meetings, they have like 5, 6, 7, 8 memos.
I called the other day, because I was talking to Joe Marlotta, and he said, oh my God, this tree rotted. I said, it's 10 feet. I emailed, Karen Coffey, they created a memo. I don't know if it's dead or not, Joe, well, how do they're not, but the arborist knows, that's what the point is, he's the one that goes, I don't think anybody over there is certified on the BPRD.
No, they used to be.
Well, John,
Yeah,
yeah.
But that's not.
No, but they know what if the tree is down or they can cut it, it's not
They know if they
dangerous.
could,
they'll do
they
that.
know what ones they can cut.
Exactly.
But from the memo.
We're talking about authorizing expenses. So Shade Tree Board, it says, consists of 5 members, including a recording secretary and a forester. The forester is not a member of the Shade Tree Commission, should not be making decisions. The forester that we have is a contractor. That is a contract that we have for so many years. I have no debate about paying him. They do a great job, but they should not be involved in the process of deciding whether the trees come down. And then it says
So
here.
would you like to hire an outside guy? Is that?
Review current memos. These memos are submitted to Morris Plains by Morris Plains residents, Shade Tree members, or the town forester. It says it right here. He's submitting memos about what trees should come down. That is inappropriate.
I have been here for 2 months, I have
He
not
could
seen
submit
that.
a memo,
It's in
but the
their
board
report.
approves it. He could submit any memo,
But they
but
don't
the
have
board
the
approves.
qualifications to
but the
approve
board
it.
appro-
I watched the meeting. All they do is tally the totals. They are not evaluating whether a tree should come
Well, I
down or not.
certainly cannot see going to spend another $20, $30, $40,000.
No, I should,
To
take
find
it out of the
another tree.
96.
Yeah.
Take out of the 96, the money that we need to pay somebody to authorize the removal.
That's just-
Anything they authorize, I will sign off on. I can't sign off on this.
That's another expense that you
No,
spend.
this is an overspend. This is an
Can you put
overspend.
that-
How they're overspent, Nancy?
Because look at the report they submitted for how many trees need to come out, 7. How are you getting to this number?
There's a mathematical number there.
It
We have,
says
they
it
have,
up.
it's inside the bid package of how much to take down a tree, to grind a tree,
Right.
trim a
But
tree,
this
and it's all
plan-
done by competitive bids.
But this plan that they submitted for what they want to do this year
Well,
does
who knows
not
what
add
comes
up.
up through the whole year? You
Right.
can't plan out
Could
through
be
the whole
50.
year. You could have,
Hey,
who knows
whatever,
what's not
whatever,
gonna bloom?
we're
and
bored,
what's
right?
not-
We gotta decide.
Who knows what's not gonna bloom come springtime or whatever throughout the year? This is what they know that I think didn't get done last year.
I would have this budget, and if they can get somebody outside that could approve additional above it, I would allow it. But
And we should put a line
Well, you
item
don't
to
have
pay
to
for that
allow it or
person.
not, you vote on it, whether you can vote no or you can vote yes, but that's how that works. I mean, you're not the
A tree
overall
study's
decision.
100
I
grand.
know, I'm just saying, if
Morris Plains?
they decide on trees, we decide on money. So,
Madison has what you described.
I think we need to rein it down.
I had called to take a tree down, I get a permit, and there was an outside arborist came and evaluated the tree. They said, yes, disease, it was an oak tree, a 100-year-old tree, we want to take that. But it's a step process, I agree with Nancy.
They pay an hourly guy to
Right.
come and evaluate.
Right.
He actually, I think he does a plan for the beginning of the year. In this district, you need to take, this year, you're gonna prune in this district. Next year, you're gonna prune District 2. So they kind of rotate the pruning throughout the borough, so it's kind of like systematic. If obviously if something comes down, you take it down, but,
Well, why would you wanna take that money off the budget from the arborist that's gonna do that independent study? It should be, that money's needed to keep the town safe, sidewalks safe for our kids. And again, if we don't use all of it up, if it goes into the general fund, I don't know if I wanna take it, but if you guys wanted to do independent study, we should go out to bid. Bartlett Trees, I know does it, and they'll go out and they'll look at every single tree in every district and give you, they'll actually do sonograms and determine if the hollow tree's even hollow. I mean, do you wanna pay for that?
Shade Tree Commission, all volunteers, none of them are arborists.
No, they're not.
You know, so, and not disrespecting them, so to have a person certified, they go out and look, or verify what
It's,
the memo said, or what our arborist currently says.
you know, you were there, it's a reactionary board, they react,
They just.
especially those memos.
So, hey,
But there's no, like, at first, I was skeptical about, the arborist, this and that. When I went there, my skepticism went down to nothing.
but excuse me, Anna, every year, they've asked for money at the end of the year, right? Or like consistently 10 out of 10, like, because when I was on there, we moved money over, because, and then the last year I was there, they had $10,000 worth of pruning. I said, well, if it's a safety issue, they said no. So let's wait till next year's budget, right? Why do we increase the budget? Why do we have to keep increasing the budget? 'Cause-
I'm with you, I'm not,
this is a 28.4% increase over last year's budget.
Yeah, but our ash
28.4%.
trees, I'd say 90%.
I don't think everyone's on board with giving extra.
I'm not even on board.
So let's come to a number then.
So when I
What numbers
tally what
everybody's
their
come-
plan is, it comes to 37,000, including the new trees they wanna plant, $37,682. okay? I'd give them 50. This is their
And we're
plan,
gonna be in serious trouble.
But we don't.
because we have
Good for
somebody
us.
making the decisions who's also making the money. We have to
Right now,
stop
we're
that.
reacting, there's nobody's decision. Right now, when the tree comes down, no one's been doing what you're saying, and that should be independent. Right now, this board, that from my little 2 meetings that I had there, is a reactionary board. They don't, what you're saying is instead of being reactionary, is to go before it and see what's going on. But that money shouldn't come from their budget, because they can't do what they have to do with that, but I'm a contractor, I'm just giving my opinion, alright? But I think what you're saying is hire an arborist, get bids, say, listen, we want you to do, maybe do 2 zones, or you wanna do all of the whole town. And at that point, you know, we'll have him and, see what he wants, and he can.
I was reaction, I think what we're saying is, continue your process, right? But before you take a tree down, we're gonna call Tyler, hey, go check this out, can this tree live another 6 months or a year, or is it dangerous to take it down? I think that's
Not
what
every
we're
dead
saying.
tree is an emergency, not
No,
every dead tree.
time out, Art, let me go back to that. The only thing to take it down is when a tree's really dead. There's no,
I cut down probably 70 ash trees, I got yelled at every time by Nancy, I said, it's a dead tree, I promise you it's dead, but I can't. No, you were challenging why we're taking so many trees down, I just want to, because you were talking about the camping, no, you were questioning why we were taking down so many trees. You know, when I was
We
the
did
neighbor.
have the ash tree,
Right.
okay, yes.
But we cut a perfectly healthy tree down across the street from the house, your daughter took a picture of it in the fall, right, and it was blooming, and.
So right now, they are just keeping the town, the paths, and again, a tree fell down on the path there by the pond on Johnson Road. Okay, DPW goes there first, tree is too big,
Right.
they can't do anything. So the arborist reaction, again, goes there and cuts it, but he has a set price of, I think, $90 or whatever it was for that.
I've seen this price, yeah.
For that, $90. DPW can't do it. It's not that somebody went there before and said, that tree might fall down. I would have loved to have that. We don't have those kind of funds. That tree should have been down before it fell down. Those trees on Johnson Road that knocked out almost our pump station, those were all dead trees. They should have been taken down. But I don't see that there. It's, again, it's more reactionary than it is, exactly. So,
No,
And-
he's
and
saying
to
that
even
the work
think-
is done after, it's not like, oh, that tree.
they react, Jason, they don't, I mean, I love, when I go through Chatham and Madison, I look at those oaks and the way they maintain them, it's beautiful.
Okay, there was the one meeting where they were talking about him driving around, looking for
He-
things
he
before the
does.
shade tree meeting, to give them a list to consider. So that is not being reactive, that is being.
I never saw that happen,
Okay, it's on
Right,
video,
I-
there's a meeting on video,
okay?
so
I know he's done it when I
Alright,
was.
so what are we gonna do with the budget? Are we go round and round and round?
the last
What
time
are
we
doing?
had, I looked at the budget from successive years, so in 2013, it was 68,000. I know we had the ash tree thing, so then it went to 50 the next year, 45, 48. In 2017, it was 53. 2018 was 58.4. 2019 was 65.4. 2020, now here's where you start getting the ash trees. It goes up to 75.4. Then in 2021, same, 75.4. Then in 2022, went to 85.4. 2023, we kept it at 85.4, and then 2024, it jumped up to 96.7, and they wanted an additional 15, which we didn't give them.
That was a pretty.
So, you know,
Be very careful, board.
Just the other thing too, is that, I mean, when other town, we have these windstorms, in other towns, the wires are down, people are out of power. I mean, I think everything around the wires is well maintained.
The JCP, no?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
I'm talking
The
about.
one that Johnson Road, they did, and they fell down and knocked the power
They
lines
do
down
stuff
because
there,
they were
right.
dead and should have been taken out.
who's authorizing the tree takedowns? Who's gonna do that? We have nobody
The
certified.
ultimate guy that says he can take down is, listen, I found this, so let's not, I'm just talking here, okay? DPW is first on the scene and last on the scene. If they can get there and they can take it out, and it's in their capacity with the insurance, they take it out.
That's not what I saw, they come up with a list, depending on the size of the tree, they refer it to the DPW. So they have the list, this tree is 12 inches, hand that off to the
Makes,
DPW.
that's not, can't make any sense, because depending on the location of the tree, that discussion is irrelevant. Because if the tree is by a walkway where people walk, it's totally different than if it's in the woods. If it's in the woods, John has no problem taking it down. It's a south, if it's in the woods, there's no water, there's no people, I'll probably take it down. But if you have a tree by power lines, by people walking, he can't touch it. So he can't make a decision, he
I'm
can't
talking
even
about
touch
the
it.
memos that come through, that
Right.
is the bulk.
Yeah, I've
of-
only been in 2 months,
the bulk
Nancy,
of
so
the
give me,
trees
you
they
know.
take down comes from the memo.
But we're playing with fire, be very careful, that's
Well,
all.
let me ask you this, if DPW takes a tree down, does that get charged?
No,
It's salary.
sorry, in our parks, like the one that fell by the path there, the walking path,
Right.
they did it.
Alright,
Kind of, they chip it, they
Yeah.
give it this help.
Taxpayers paying their salary, right, but it's
No,
not,
no,
not
yeah.
coming out of the
Right,
insurance.
so it's not, okay.
Like Morris Township, they have their own pool people, their own tree people, their own, we're not that way. Our DPW paints, cuts trees, does everything.
So what you're saying is this 95.6 that they spent last year didn't include any of the costs of the DPW
No.
helping to take those trees down?
You'd have to add that.
Exactly what I'm
It's
getting
on
at.
economy.
Well, you can't figure that in. I mean, you're salary
Well,
employees.
But you're saying a bulk of it's done by the DPW, but not of that 96,000?
Right.
Correct.
Exactly.
They don't do a lot
Well,
of pruning, they don't do.
Each item is done by bid, and that item is inspected by our DPW. If they can't do it, the tree guy has to do it. That's
DPW.
They don't inspect it and say it's like that.
They don't
Yeah,
have that.
go the way it's gonna comes down, Art. They're reactionary.
That's only
They're
the
not
trees
just
down.
taking down
The trees that are
big
coming
trees.
down are mostly not on the ground. So they're, it's like, it's not like
But it's
somebody
not
calling
a
for
youth.
trees down.
So what's the number?
No, my thing is
But
we
it's-
should
it's
increase
not
the budget
about
and
the
hire an
number.
arborist
It's not about
and
the
be
number,
proactive and
it's
say,
about the process.
this is your canopy, you lost 5%.
They won't be able to afford.
Have a plan, put the right species in, and that's the way it should be done, but you're looking probably about another 100,000. But that would be a dream come
They
true.
charge per tree, or, right, Madison was like a fee per tree or something like that, it wasn't $100,000.
For a study, for the whole town?
No,
No, the
the
plan,
memo.
the plan,
Here's the memo, go check that one out.
Well, the memo-
Oh, the memos, they come out all the time, I'm saying,
the
have a
plan,
proactive
the
approach.
plan Lori Fu did in 2013, when they had to have a grant for it, it's like $20,000. That's not what we're talking about.
No, I never said that.
I'm talking about having somebody drive around other than our contractor.
Nancy, that person has to be licensed, he has to have blueprints, he has satellite communicate of where that tree is exactly, the canopy of it. It's not,
You're just checking the memo, whoever wrote the memo, right, before
The memo's-
Greenwood takes it down,
the
this person
memo's
comes
Karen,
out.
Karen gets a call.
Okay, there it is, there's the memo,
Yeah.
right, Greenwood doesn't go down yet, we give it to this other guy, he goes, and looks at it, and says, oh yeah, it should come down, it should come down, that's what you're saying.
No,
That's not a
the
hundred.
memo gets, that's
Oh, no, I know.
incorrect,
That's what we want.
that's incorrect, you're
I
saying.
know, he's saying
If we
moving
fire
forward.
it, right,
Oh, for the arborist?
that's what they do now,
Sure.
I'm just saying.
Has our forester ever said no? I'm sure he has, but do we have?
The forester,
Yes,
the
yeah.
forester
I know,
only
being
works,
facetious, but do we have
Mike,
a track record?
he
of
only
work-
goes there when DPW says they can't go there, and the tree's down.
Well, I mean, I know you're putting your hands up, but they have a very poor track record of sticking to their budget, having emergency, all of a sudden, it turns into November, and all these things need to come down for $30,000. I do think that when Mike presented it, I think he does have a handle on the funding for this year. I'm happy that he has objectives. I think if we just put a little more process behind what is actually happening, and make a lot more people at ease.
You're adding another layer to it.
No, I'm not saying, I'm saying for the existing board, to just keep track of the memos that are coming in, having a spreadsheet of, did the forester look at it, what was their decision? And then what was the action taken, and then, just so you can see, every board meeting, here's what.
That process happens,
I understand,
Mike.
I'm just saying, just so.
that process happens, exactly the way you're saying. When Karen gets the memo, DPW gets it. They go there, the forester isn't even involved, usually the tree's taken down.
Folks, we can sit here
No,
all night.
that was
and all
documented.
this, but That's a policy, we're not here for policy, right? That's got.
And he has to put on it that he took care of that memo. Like we have a stump that needs grinding that we're waiting for. It's a memo there, it hasn't been done yet, I'll let it dry. Anyway, guys, I've been there 2 months,
They're working on it.
I was very skeptical in the beginning, I didn't like what I heard about shade tree before. In the little 2 months that I went there, I learned a little bit more, I think I got a lot more learning to do. But I can tell you guys, be very careful where you cut. I don't know about, I'm definitely against increasing it, but to cut it, I'm a little skeptical, and I don't think I have the experience. If we wanna see how much I can get, maybe get a bid, to have somebody like Bartlett Trees, they're like the top. And they work all in Madison, Summit, and all the nice towns. They're certified arborists. I can ask them to see what it would cost to do a study. Also, we have to, I think we lost 5% of
They're not
our
asking for a study, they want somebody, another person to go out and look at whatever's on the memo and say, yeah, that one does have to come down, or no, that one doesn't have to come down. Or no,
So
that
that's
doesn't
something
have
that go out to
get
bid, or
trimmed,
can
or
we
yes,
appoint
has
that?
to get trimmed.
You have to get a quote for it, see how much it costs for them to do that.
To come out and determine the
You have to understand what the costs are.
Alright, so I can call Bartlett Tree, they're pretty much the local people, and I'll also call other companies, get 3 bids, to see what it would cost, once we get the memo, what you're saying, to assess it themselves, not DPW.
So it sounds like no one's in favor of increasing it. So
No.
do we leave it where it is? It looks like historically, they've had the same budget 2 years, they had that budget last year. Do we keep it the same, or do we lower it?
I thought we were done with most of the ash tree problem, and that we had spent that large amount in the last 4 years and taking most of those trees down. So I don't know why we should be at the same rate that we were in that crisis period.
Yeah, I asked Dave that
It's now
question.
it's pruning cable.
If I may add to that, we're down 12% from last year, the first 2 months,
Clearly, we need to plan.
Bill, first 2 months of this year, they're down 12%. Whatever that means.
Down 12% of
Well,
our.
but I guess, guys, you guys,
I'm
this
happy
is-
with 96 for the.
I'm just, my thing is, as soon as those trees bloom, myself, I'm gonna walk where the kids walk, I'm gonna look up, and I'm gonna do a report myself, and if you guys want an arborist to look at it, they certainly can. But it's good to know that we have it there, if they don't, if they're down 12%, out of 100,000, they save 12%, let's just say, that's $12,000 savings.
But it's not, because their
They'll end up
budget,
using it, but-
I looked at this, Sal, I looked at it very closely, their budget was 24,175 through the end of March. Their year-to-date spend, which is now the beginning of March, is 21,125, and they're claiming that they had a 12% savings, but they haven't looked at the full quarter yet. So that's not
It's
an accurate,
it's 2 months, right, that's a full quarter,
yes, the full,
January, February,
right,
Not- that's not a
Their
quarter.
January to March budget was 24,175. They're claiming now that at the beginning of March, that they're only 12% of their budget have they spent in the first quarter. But that's because they're only
Oh,
2 months in, they haven't finished the full first quarter yet.
Well,
So,
they're gonna be on the hook to
Let's
stick
pick
to
a
their
number,
budget.
and where is it coming
They
from?
need to stick.
Oh, no, go below it.
If you
You
lower
don't
it,
need it,
Great,
you don't
I mean,
need
but
it,
it's
but
not- it's not
I'm
like
like,
we need to use every cent.
what the mayor
So-
says, if it's there, it's there. If
You lower it by
you
12%,
have an emergency, and it's not there, and that was
yeah.
good.
Well, Mike is charged with sticking.
Yeah.
to the budget.
And I think,
Prioritizing.
yeah. You guys, and I'll report back with prices for an arborist to, when a memo comes in, to see what he wants to inspect the tree. Is that the intent of the board? I'm gonna get 3 estimates for an arborist. When the memo comes in, said DPW go in there, we're gonna pay a guy, a licensed arborist, to go there and assess and say, this tree has to come down,
How much
DPW do it,
that's
or,
And where is that gonna come
I
out?
want it to come out of the 96,000.
Same budget.
I want it to come out of the 96,000 and not
maybe
somewhere
it's
else.
per visit, and will we always need an arborist? I don't think so, because if the tree's down, the tree's dead, you don't look out, you don't need an arborist, so it's
How many
already dead.
trees did we take down last year, do you know?
30
It
something.
says
30.
30-ish.
So how many times, how much would it cost to have an arborist come up 30 times?
I'm gonna get that in. Go home right away. I'll
So
set this,
what's
I'll
the
be,
number then?
$50
What's the
bucks.
What's the number?
I can't see it being more than 100,
If you
you
take-
know,
if you
I
take
think
a
we
twelve-
should more than 30 trees down, but that's what the report says. I'm just going by what the report
DPW
says.
probably took 300-400, 96.
700.
If you take 12% of the 96, you're back to 85,000.
Well,
If
it's
you
not, that's not
guys-
hamstring.
If you guys want the arborist, it's gonna come out of this budget, don't play with it, because he may charge 100,
Well, he
150
might say,
per
"Well, you
per
take the
tree.
tree down, you're gonna charge you."
Giant
We don't know
Madison
that.
charges 80-something an hour.
So you figure now an hour and a half, about 100,
I
120.
have no idea. All I
Well, he's
know
gotta
is-
get to the tree and,
Probably $200. Figure $200 a tree.
I was about 150, Nancy, but let me get exact numbers. If it's a big town,
$200 takes a tree down.
He doesn't charge you $200 to look at the tree and say it's that.
Well, he's gonna do travel time, and
I don't
everything's
think
gonna
so.
come
I don't think
He's
so.
gonna come out and drive out here for $80.
We'll find out.
Yeah, plumber. Call time.
let me get the numbers together. I trust that you guys, I'm for the not increasing it. but I trust that you guys just leave it alone, and if the money stays there, and we get this arborist, and, if we think that will save money, it'll be a pilot program. As I said, I had the same, whatever skepticism everybody had about shade tree, I had the same thing. The arborist being on the board, or not on the board, but being there and doing the tree. But I see that it's clean. Cause DPW is the ultimate judge, not the arborist, not Dave Dugan.
You're talking two different things, Doc. They're talking about disease tree, or what, is it worth coming down or not, that kind of stuff, not going there and cutting it down first, and that kind of stuff.
But right now, they're reactionary.
I understand.
There's no proactive approach to this here. They just, the tree's down, they go and cut it, they can't set it up.
Yeah, I would allow that if they change
Yeah.
the process and
Make
allow
the same.
somebody in there to make, yeah.
And I think
that-
that's what Sal's saying, is he's
But
gonna go out and get quotes.
That process should come out of that budget.
Right, but, so he's gonna go out and get quotes for what that's gonna be.
Yeah.
But for now, in terms of the budget, right, are we saying leave it the same as last year?
Yeah,
For
even
what-
though-
Assuming we're gonna,
Even though they haven't shown me that they need that much money,
Right, that's
We
what I'm
don't know
saying.
yet.
they gave us a plan, but it doesn't
Right.
show,
They
it shows
don't have it.
38,000. So,
That's exactly right, those are the numbers I got, I don't know how they got to hundred and
37
twenty-three.
something.
But then we'll
Right.
need to request reports so we can see what's happening.
But-
And contrary to everything else,
Everything.
exactly. Well,
So
Mike's
you
gonna,
guys
Mike's,
are talking about taking down trees, you got 45,000 for pruning and cabling, right?
Uh-huh.
So that's not, it may be 7 trees that they're taking down, and then the rest, we don't know what it is. You're just talking about trees.
No, I'm talking
the
about
rest
the
of it.
report that he gave us with the
I
plan.
know, but it only has 7 trees, but here you got cabling
Yeah,
for 45,000, you're only looking at one aspect of everything.
I'm
you
looking at what he gave me, that's all.
Yeah, but that's not the entire budget, you still
No,
got
it's not.
pruning, you got the new planting, you got fertilizer, you
Right,
got all this
that's
other
my
stuff.
point. This plan does not match this budget.
Right, how did they get to these numbers? That's what we wanna see, and they don't show that, they just, it seems to be arbitrary,
Or
they just
reactionary.
increased it, or reactionary, right? They just increased it
They
because they
reacted
assumed.
the same way every year after year.
So,
So there's $86,000 and I don't know where that, I don't know.
and now we're gonna take the arborist cost off of that, whatever we approve. And I'll have those numbers for you,
I mean, they've got $10,000 in storm damage that they've never used.
But we don't, you have to have that.
I get it, but they've never used it, so.
That ends up getting swallowed up in
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, DPW will just do it, but it won't show up, right?
yeah, I mean, that could be possible, but you get storms and trees are laying on stuff, and you gotta have it.
I mean, on Saturday,
You gotta have it.
all those trims were down, the DPW cleaned them all up. When we had that wind, that bad wind on Saturday. So, but it won't show up in the books though, so it's not, so how do you make a calculated decision?
But you need that stuff, you can't take that out.
I'm with you,
I know
but to
that.
their point, they're saying, to DPW have marked, I took down branches here, 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 here,
It comes
here, here.
every 2 weeks.
But it won't come out of that budget either, because we paid
It shows,
DPW.
it shows in their DPW report, take down trees and park business, they got it.
They don't always put it down, Jason, they don't.
I mean,
Sorry.
we're getting way into the weeds now.
But whatever, listen, I'm listening to you guys, whatever, I gave you my thoughts. We're playing with fire, no pun intended. Be careful what we do here, and, I'm doing my best to keep that budget down and keep the town safe. And, I've got quite many years in my town, I love my town, and, this is one thing that, you know,
No, nobody's questioning loving the town, we all love the town, that's not a question, right?
that's right.
I know, but I'm just,
I'm Italian, I'm passionate, what do you
I
want?
know, I get it, I just wanna,
See, Rosario behind you, she's the same way.
what we're saying is the numbers just don't make sense, right? That, they don't make sense.
Okay, like you said, the thing about the 10,000, if DPW did $20,000 to clean up and don't show it, that 10,000 will be unencumbered, or whatever, I don't know. How do we fix that, Bill? It's kinda hard, and again, I've only been there 2 months, I'm trying my best to,
I know,
You know,
Sal,
trying to-
I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying, I think, well, from where I'm sitting, the numbers don't make sense. When you look at the sheet that they gave us, the numbers don't add up, they don't make sense, right? And so,
You gotta look at the big picture, I think, we know that they didn't take, they were just planning on taking down 7 trees, we all know that. We know that they're trying to plant, we know that there's other stuff involved, we know it's gonna be more than 7 trees. Maybe that's 7 trees that they know of right now, definitely, but I'm sure throughout the year, it's gonna climb up to that 30-something trees, or whatever the number is, and you're gonna be around the same number.
And I'd like them to, with the new planting replacements, use the budget, you'll use half of the last year, they need to replace what's coming up.
They
And
do
there's-
try, but. I
There's
think
talk
you
about
heard-
that.
I think you heard Mike say they do stuff, but the residents don't want it, and they're stuck with trees, and they have no place. There's only so many years for the park, blah, 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 all that stuff.
Yeah.
Not making excuses, but I
At the
think
last,
they should try.
at the last meeting, Rob brought up a good point. We shouldn't just put the trees, I know we're hurting in every area, but not put them in one area. We're gonna walk the parks and try to maximize the use of those trees to give us the best canopy that's been hurt. Cause you could use those trees right now at Community Park by the baseball field. You know, and that, people love the fact that they, on top of the hill. But we only have this amount of trees, so what Rob said, you know, instead of putting 7 there, let's just put 2 there, but let's see where else we can go. And that's gonna take time, but we're gonna do it that way, so the board's a pretty dynamic board, I gotta be honest, I was, you know. But, again, I don't wanna make this meeting too long, guys, my apologies.
Not gonna be short. Well, we haven't decided, so I'm ready to decide on this. Do we keep it the same, or does it go down? Who wants to keep it the same? Mike, keep it the same. Sal,
Keep it the same.
Art,
I'd go down to 85.
I'm not trying to do your job, Mayor, I'm just, I'm trying to ask.
You're doing a good job, though, you're hired.
Bill, what are you thinking, my friend?
I'll keep it at 96.7.
Okay, and Nancy, it sounds like if we can allot within that 96 to hiring
The arborist.
the arborist.
Okay, 96, so.
Yeah.
All right, what are you moving around here then?
Was that it would keep the line items the same from
Yeah,
last year?
Just keep it the same as last year.
And I promise all of you, if we don't have a lot of dead trees or things, we'll be at 50,000 by the end of the year. I'll do my best.
That'd be a miracle.
Hey, I like challenges.
What are you doing with pruning? That was 49,000 last year. Obviously, I'm gonna check with pruning.
Let me fill them out, Jason, and then report back to my committee after.
They said that if we wanted to cut 8,000, 3,000 from new plantings and replacement, and putting in 5,000. But they're looking for 4,700.
Well, we keep the parks maintenance at something, we didn't even see that.
So they can cut 5,000 from pruning.
They said if you needed to.
Well, you left it at,
Last year.
you left it at last year, so you already cut it, so.
Yeah, exactly.
It was encumbered, went to the general fund.
Exactly.
I'm sorry if I got a little.
You're passionate, Sal, you're Italian, I get it.
God,
I get it.
You know, I'm gonna wear a Scottish kilt next time, all right?
We're all passionate about our committees, which is fair, where, you know, we're on the inside when some people.
No, but at first, I was skeptical. I was skeptical with the arborist thing, I have to be honest. But I actually got in
You
there.
got a lot to go here with everybody's. Schools,
Okay, moving back to pool.
Who ordered?
That's, the sheet I gave you at the beginning of the meeting, the showed, yeah, historically what was going on since 2026 to 2024. If you look at towards the bottom part is our state of our fund balance. We currently have 94,744 in fund balance. Some of the highlighted bit is the amount that we can anticipate as revenue. We can't anticipate miscellaneous revenue. So that's why I was looking at a budget for this year of 215,350 altogether, utilizing a little over 70,000 in the fund balance. To sustain that.
So we're $70,000 short for what we need to sustain our pool function. This year, we're able to plug it at 70, we're thinking, that's, cause it's in
Like
fund
70, I
balance.
think it's gonna be 74.
So, but if we take that out of the fund balance, then that leaves
24.
24 in fund balance for next year, so
And we look at miscellaneous revenue, it's gonna be about 20 possibly, and we're gonna start with 44. If we make the same amount.
always say this is the last year that we can,
Well, but if you look at it right now,
we're done.
this is the last year.
This is the last, yeah,
We're done, Nancy. That's it. There's no more blood in the rock.
So we got,
the last report is due for American Rescue Plan, in April.
we have 44,000 to plug an $89,000 hole next year.
And I just got two bad news. The one with the baby pool, I talked to my committee. When they did the work 10, 15 years ago, they put plaster on top of the tank.
Yeah.
Don't know what happened, I'm not pointing fingers, what happened. However, what happens, water would get in there and the floor would move. And then at the end, if anybody wants to go there, remember, it looks like veins everywhere, within inches. Not five, within inches, veins
And it
throughout the
all
whole pool, like a, excuse the analogy, it's a cancer. I tried to get DPW to go there, unfortunately, with the jackhammers, it just took too long, they were moving very slowly, 6 guys, I think they did like a very small area. I had a guy that I know, I brought in an estimate, he does hydraulic concrete removal. He uses 40,000 PSI pressure washer, which takes the concrete, turns it into sand. And he'll even remove the blue, paint, so at least we're down to something where we can have great adhesion. One estimate came in at 17, another estimate came in at 11. I'm gonna try to get one more, there aren't that many contractors that do this kind of work, it's very unique, it's very commercial. The other thing is, the pool had some problems with drainage,
Yeah, leaks.
leaks. It was able to kinda empty itself out without us opening up the valve.
Oh, geez.
You're talking about the
That's-
big pool, right?
At the end of the
I have,
season.
that's why I have,
Wait, at the
I
end of
can't
the
hide that from you guys, you
season-
guys should know, right?
Yes.
Now,
Oh,
so,
you see.
so what happened is there's a pump,
There's a
a
valve.
valve.
Mm.
That valve is around $7,000. That's one estimate from a local contractor. We're gonna try with DPW to get some more. That's just 2 pretty big items, and then on top of that, we have to get the person who's gonna do the gunite or the finished plaster once the baby pool, that paint has been removed. I don't know, 6,000, 7,000, I'm cheap, I hope I'm right, to replaster that. I don't know, but I'm working on trying to get numbers, I'm trying to get them now, because once May comes, you will never get a pool guy. They're just so goddamn busy, and I don't trust a pool guy. In my life, I don't like pool people, they're not people in the rooms. I never had a good experience with any pool person. Just for, they book too much, then they get too busy, and you never get in, you know? So anyway, sadly, there's gonna be extra expenses. Then there's a pipe that goes from the drain from last year that we examined, that goes to the pump house. We put a pressure thing on it, and it seemed like it was holding up, it wasn't leaking. So, my wish to God is that when we put this valve in and we close it, and I put just a foot of water on top of the valve, that it stays overnight. That's all I wanna see. The problem is, if we change the valve and I put a foot of water, I'm not talking a lot, and it goes down,
There's
I
one
don't
more
know,
pipe-
I
There's
mean-
one more pipe that can be lined.
but if it's not leaking, let's do the valve and do that test, and then
But there's
we'll
one
do that.
line
And
that they.
I'm in contact with my committee on that too.
Facilities maintenance line, which is currently set at $9,000 for 2025, so you just blew that out.
I'm sorry.
I know, not you, I'm just saying, that's what
No,
you're saying.
16.
I'd give it to you from the tree, but I don't have any more money in the tree, but.
The other-
16,000.
Okay.
16,850. My question is, that line item last year is almost $85,000.
Yep.
And did we spend that much on it?
Yep.
We did.
And transferred
This
in
is-
another 21.
It says actual was 18,000. So,
We
I don't know.
did drainage, repiping of the gutter.
gutter system.
The gutter system.
That would be the return for the water.
Okay, but
Wait,
where's
so
all
we
that
budgeted-
captured? I don't
We
understand.
didn't spend any.
Yeah.
Right.
We
It's
budgeted
great. We
85.
budgeted 85, but we only spent 18.
Okay.
That was,
That's
That would be
confusing.
Well, we had.
And we transferred 21 out?
Funds.
I don't
If you look at
understand.
the.
Oh, that's where the 85.
So we had
It
an
was
extra, we had
85,000.
67,000 for American Rescue Plan, so we're looking at doing, the bathroom upgrades and other upgrades. At the end of the year, you guys approved me, canceling, 24,000 of appropriations. If you look at that spreadsheet, you see the 24,000 going back into fund balance. Okay. That's our appropriations.
Got it. So,
And the only reason I did that is otherwise the 94 would be 24 short, right? If we don't cancel appropriations, it gets locked in that year's budget to be utilized in 2026, but we needed it to be utilized this year.
It's constant, the hose is constant.
Yeah, so that 84 was reduced. That's 24,000.
When you start it,
and then we transferred
the
21,000
water flow
out of it.
just stays on. It never
Salary
shuts
and
off.
salary and wages was short. I had budgeted 80,000, we actually
But
spent
that's what,
No, what I mean,
99
right,
and
so that's why that went up to
Oh my
950
God,
this
when
year.
I put that valve in,
And if it's on water, that's
That's fine, that makes sense. And then, it's like we under budget. So it's the facilities improvement. So Sal, we have 16,850. Anna, did any of what Sal just said, was that included in that facilities improvement budget?
I don't get a budget from pool.
Okay, she does, so the answer is
I don't
no.
get any budget from
so this
pool.
is your bucket.
So,
So 16,850 plus whatever you just said, which is what?
11,000 would be the, I thought.
Well, no, 16,850 is
No,
not
11
allocated
is
right now.
16, he was like 17, 18 grand.
That's damn close.
Okay,
That doesn't include the parking.
Yeah, no, that is 11,000.
11,000
It
was
was
the
6.
concrete, 7,000 for the valve, and now you gotta.
Oh, you did the valve, I
seal.
was just doing the pool. The-
Oh, the valve separate?
I think so.
No.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Was the valve separate or not?
Is the valve separate from the valve
Is
that?
that what you're talking about?
opens
All
the
three?
water?
The pressure
I was
washer?
asking what he said.
Yeah, the pressure
What's the
washer,
total cost of what he said?
so the pressure washing, the paint or stucco, and the valve.
18,000,
That's 18 for that.
Okay.
not including the parking, I don't have a number of that yet.
Okay, but
He thought around 6,000.
But you also mentioned something about lining a pipe or something?
Yeah.
It's a
That's
valve.
not expensive.
No, but the point is that is that preventative maintenance that we can do now, so we avoid a
The
problem?
valve has to be changed,
I get that, I'm just,
but we won't have to line the pipe with the valve.
Yeah.
oh, okay.
That's just.
That's why I'm gonna
that's
put a
just
foot of
secondary
water,
stuff.
bring a bottle of champagne with me. If it's, and I go the next morning, if I see a foot of water there, I'm gonna get drunk. And get my feet wet too.
I thought you were Italian.
We'll call it, we'll party
Can we
with
do,
you.
can we do the pump under maintenance? And then.
I guess that's you guys,
And then the
Fine.
coding
Yeah,
under.
it doesn't matter.
I mean,
Well,
yeah,
just so at least it's.
DPW told me about the pump, I didn't know about it.
The fact that the pool emptied without any pumping
It
action,
emptied
is
out.
that because of the valve?
yes.
Okay.
We're thinking.
But
Okay.
Nancy, 35,
Maybe I'm real confident.
35,000, what is it, 35,000 in water in it?
37, I think.
Yeah,
Is that the utilities expense?
The
here?
water.
The water.
So the water-
itself.
All right,
Nancy,
sorry.
you fill the pool up, then the water runs all the way till we empty it out. Fill in the pool.
Does
It's under
electricity-
It's gonna stop.
You mean you're filling it the entire?
Constantly.
season?
Yeah, it is draining, is what you're saying. They
Draining
literally
assessment.
do not turn it off, they turn it on and then turn it off and.
We've tried everything.
And that's the utilities line here?
It's on the utilities.
Should be the utility line, yeah. So if we fix the valve and we don't spend, we only spend maybe 10,000 on water, that's a good rabbit from there, but
If we've ever spent.
I'll let you know after I fix
It's never
it.
been 10,000, so.
I thought it was
I
the
think the
concrete
pool.
though.
And you know what? It's gonna be 30,000 anyway because of the increase in water, so.
Cost
Oh, 'cause the Hardy?
No, they raised the water.
You gave the water to
The water
Hardy,
rate.
and we're paying more money for
Don't
water
want you
now.
to say that.
That's what I
Farmers
heard.
don't give a no.
I heard.
So Sal, it sounds like the only number on this that we need to increase is the facilities improvement, the 16,850 now. We're estimating 18,000?
Yes.
So make it 20.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Okay. Make it
And that's,
20.
well, then the parking is that we're talking about.
Are we
But
going
that's
to
coming-
take from a different line?
I covered a different line, okay?
I don't know, we're just
It'll-
putting the numbers
that's
down,
your-
and
But I would caution
That
that
part.
we're starting next year with
a deficit.
20,000 and it's gonna be 44, right? So I just
So
caution
what are
that.
we doing about next year? Cause we gotta have like a 5-year plan here.
Guys, I can only tell you, there is one pool in the state of New Jersey that makes money.
And-
Orange Township lost, I think, $400,000 or $500,000, I'm probably on record, 1 year on pools.
Mhm.
But what's the state
Yeah,
law
so
about,
It's a service.
Listen, we can discuss that later,
okay,
then moving, but we have to decide, like Anna said, what we're doing with these funds that you want to encumber there.
we can take it from a different line?
Yeah.
Snapper?
How much do you need? You need 4,000?
Less.
Well, snack bar was right there.
Yeah, it said 6,000.
So, that's,
I mean, everything is right there.
the snack bar, I'm sure, we take in money, so, but this is, and it can't,
No,
the salaries aren't in here.
the money that we take
Not
in
in the
is
snack
under,
bar line.
concession stand revenue.
Can we take it off utilities, assuming?
So it would be on the income side.
No.
Right.
You can't use it to offset
You're not that
expenditure.
Okay.
No, because
And you know, you're the engineer, by the way. You outrank me here, so we'll go together.
Come on.
Alright.
Water gets.
excuses. Principles are the same. Yeah, not that fast though. Well, what do you wanna take for
Looking for 3,000 office supplies, they can borrow some paper like, zoning does.
There you go.
We'll knock that down to 1,000.
Yep.
We'll also, Nancy, we'll also need less chemicals if we don't spend that kind of money on water, because we
You're
constantly,
putting
if we
chemicals
get
in.
checked by the Board of Health to make sure that the chemicals are good. But if we're not putting all that water in, we won't need all that
You're so
chlorine.
confident, I love it, let's go.
No, you guys wanted to find 3,000 or 4,000.
Oh,
Just
how
to
the
find-
chemicals are leaking out?
No, we don't need it, because the water's gonna stay in the pool.
Training,
And chlorine went
how's our,
crazy too.
Oh, man, that's a little.
how are our managers, are they,
They're trained.
because there's a class that, I guess our pool manager used to take, are they trained? So if I could take that 1,000 out,
Okay.
and then that's the
Yeah,
three,
you use it.
Leave 100 in there.
okay,
Some 900.
it's all close. Okay, that'll work.
Absolutely.
Do we need to worry about what we're doing next year?
He said we'll talk about
Yep.
it later.
Okay.
Water savings.
So it sounds like we will have to.
Do our best, so we can.
So you took 900 out of training,
That's down 2,900
and
and up 3,150.
and we took
So that'd
what,
be fine.
2,000 out of office supplies?
2,000, yeah.
That's what we took, office supplies and off value.
Library, it is what it is. Streetlights, is what it is.
No, streetlights is not what it is.
Remove it.
I was trying, I was trying.
So I had
Just let me
estimated
get
a
away with
smaller
it.
reduction, you know, this is the one that's actually, coming up due in October, so we have a little bit more leeway, we don't wanna push it to the 20%. Anticipate an increase, but maybe go to 68.
So this is October, right?
This
So
one
you only have
expires
3
October
months, 3 months,
with the higher rate.
maybe.
The rates increase in October,
No,
No,
they're gonna increase in the summer, I think, 20%,
so it's October.
our contract.
So the increase in,
Our
we
contract,
need a new contract.
so they can't increase up within our 2-year contract unless they default on the contract. So we have a current rate that's good until October. So even though the price is going up, you know, it won't affect us until October.
Right, and you're saying it's gonna go up by 20%,
Yes,
okay? Over the 62,000?
over the 62,
Is this JCP&L?
yes.
So is this where the LED streetlights would have come in if we had converted more?
This is the electric that it's the supplier. So we go and we do bid on the supplier, we do
Okay.
resolution every year, and then
That's the contract.
several companies can
They bid on
electronically
it.
and they bid.
depreciation is at 65 is, because that,
It's low.
yeah, it's low. Okay.
For street lighting. Didn't we do like alternate lights one time or something?
Now we need to,
Yeah.
that's,
I'm saying we might be good by 68. That's if it's for the whole year, so.
This is
Oh,
good.
because
Yeah.
we're only
Couple
doing for
months.
the last
Right.
months of the year.
3 months.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
another 3?
Yeah.
That's fine.
68,000?
Mhm.
With solar panels, we generate our own power.
that's amazing.
Any other questions on street lighting? Insurance and bonds? So I can have backup on there explaining what the lines are. Then change the unemployment disability. Under other insurance is our JIF account.
Chip is what?
It's a joint insurance fund, and they cover our workers' comp, our liability.
Yep.
There's a volunteer yearly fee, that's, insurance for our volunteers, that's $500. And then the municipality provides concern to the employees, and that's $2,900.
It's the mental health services.
Under group insurance, we have backup as well under there. So total cost for the employees, the retirees, dental insurance. The group insurance is for the volunteers, for the fire department. And then, the health waiver is for the employees that waived insurance, the municipality gives them a week of vacation, which has a value. So put $1 value on that.
Do you know when we last went out for, to look at a joint insurance fund, was that 2023,
I believe it was.
2023?
Or
Because,
For the health?
For the health.
yeah,
No, I was just looking at the folder. too.
because
I don't
apparently
remember.
you can only request from the state health benefits plan your free data for free. You can only request it every 2 years. And if you try to request it more often, they charge you for your own data, so you can go out to bid. So, if we can get that date, we can figure out.
Probably have it here if I didn't file it.
If we can get that data updated,
What
otherwise,
is it, 2 years?
I think it's 2 years,
So this is 25?
right?
We didn't do it last year, I think it was 23.
I think it was 23. But I
But, so the
have
month is
emails from
important,
pension, because I had to request it, it wasn't, they couldn't,
because if we can get updated data, we can find out if there's another plan out there that we qualify for, that we could even consider. If we can't get our data, I don't know how expensive it is to ask for, but it sounds like it's prohibitive. Our own data, but whatever. So, yeah, let's look at that.
Sorry.
But for now, this is what we got for this year.
So then, what we're getting back is, we do have, retired contributions coming in from the dental costs, we have employee contributions to their insurance. And then, I did split some of the group insurance with the lines that, revenue is. But you see that in this worksheet. Any questions on insurance?
Cars, it is what it is.
It's the big ticket.
Public employee retirement fund, that's the bill. And we see the departments, on the second backup sheet that I had. Or I put, some of it towards, the building department and the court. In this line also is, our defined contribution retirement plan for anyone that's not eligible for PERS, that make more than, $5,000 for part-timers. There's a DCRP plan, which is similar to a 401k. employees need to be invested for 1 year instead of, 10 years for pension. Or retirement age.
So this went down because we have some retirees, or we have some, why would this go down?
What's the bill, but yes, so it's
Some
based
people-
on a given year, and I don't know what that, like, I don't know if it's 2 years ago or 3 years ago, that they take the information.
Okay, right.
Okay, social security. So pretty much salary and wages, and times 7.65, which is social security, that's our portion. That we pay. The next line is contributions. Contributions, I have on there, so Morris Minutemen, we usually raise them 2,000, so historically, that's what we've been doing, so that's what I did. All Seasons Garden Club has 3,000, and then again, we do an additional, contribution to Team Pride, which I will change to the Any questions on contributions? Okay. Municipal court. The municipal court, salary and wages is for the judge and the court administrator. Alcohol, education rehab, that's a grant that we have. These numbers are basically her numbers, under miscellaneous that did increase, so she's looking at changing the door locks to be the key fob, similar to the outside door, so that all doors are gonna be the same.
So the court comes and inspects every, I guess it's every year, and that was one of the recommendations, that they make, for this door here, the other doors.
Essentially, that makes it safer, I guess, right?
It's
To have
like
the
key
fob
fob.
instead of, right, okay. At a time, but yeah, I think so.
Reset it out, 13 things.
I just do mine.
Any questions on the municipal court? Okay, so come on. Prosecutor? He held his rate flat. Public defender, same thing. Capital improvement fund, last year we budgeted 875,000 towards capital improvements. I, put the same amount, we've been, paying for projects as much as we could instead of going out for debt.
Is this, just where that quote I mentioned at the beginning would come from? Capital improvement, or that come from something else?
For,
Did you do the tech upgrades here that I mentioned?
it can,
It would come out of capital improvement. So I mentioned all the way at the beginning, the tech upgrades, right? There was, whatever, the quote was $60-something thousand. You mentioned that would come out of capital improvement, so that's where we're at. So,
Yeah, but if you need a capital project,
we did, yeah, I do an ordinance, but this money would fund,
whatever we do in capital, it could be whatever.
sure.
like,
Police
includes
cars,
roads.
it's roads.
Okay.
Whatever, so,
Okay.
again, down the line, we're kicking the can down the line a little bit.
Okay, but do we know what that 875 is currently covering, or it's just a,
Roads,
okay?
I use the same number as last year, so historically in the past, we put in like 325, but we've been paying more of our projects, fully funding them,
Right.
instead of going out to debt.
Okay.
That's something that the council had wanted to do, whether you don't wanna do that going forward, yeah.
and paying debt down.
Well, that's not the capital improvement.
No, I know, but
But yes,
paying
that's what
debt
we've been
down,
doing,
right.
yes.
Not out of this one, but just paying
Yes.
debt down.
So this money, and what, I think what Bill's asking is, this money is not specifically allocated yet.
Right.
But that's something we're gonna do in our next meeting, correct?
Okay.
We'll go through all the capital requests.
Okay.
Right, all the ones the police department did, the
Okay.
fire department did, all those.
Because
DPW.
the plan is for this to be exhausted.
Right,
Your
no, I get it, but
projects
what I'm
for
saying
this.
is,
I'm asking that
oh,
question,
sorry.
but I'm glad I did. This is correct.
So, I guess that's the question, right? So
And
you're
can we add
Yeah, so
to-
that's
at this
going to
point?
get exhausted
Well-
this year, that's the plan for that fund.
Well, it depends on what the council wants to do, so when we look at, the next, council meeting, we'll be going through, capital projects. I'll have to see, I have all of them,
Next budget, no.
Next meeting.
next meeting.
Next budget, yeah.
Then whatever.
So
So-
I guess my question is, if at that next meeting, we determine that the total capital improvements is more than 875, can we adjust that number, or do we have to do that now?
No, we can.
Okay, great.
We
We're gonna
can
circle
use it.
back to that line
But
item.
listen, it's
about
something that you should bring something to
We
the
did just in
committee,
April.
to the council.
Yeah.
And not just discuss it out of budget.
Yep.
It should make it through the whole thing.
Next time we do that.
Yeah, but the point is that, because it's possible. Anything's possible.
It's possible.
You say there's a chance, yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you.
These are projects that we would be funding without having to add to our debt.
Correct.
Correct.
The next one is, bond principal. Now, this number cannot be changed. So it's on my annual financial statement, this is our debt that we need to raise this. No ands, it's or ups. Okay, next one is principal on notes. Same thing, we owe this in August.
And this one is for, Anna?
This is principal on notes. So,
After
now-
assessors.
yeah, so it's,
Oh, it's
I only
this-
did the one.
This
Got
favorable
this
mark,
in
that
front of
service,
it.
oh, got it,
Yeah.
okay, yep, got it.
So bonds here.
Oh, yeah,
So
okay, I
notes.
see, yep, yep, yep.
So, the requirement on, we have one note for the fire truck,
Fire truck.
that's like, that's the balance on the note.
So then this would be paid off.
That's why that's so high, the last one, okay.
Well, that, yeah, that's
It's
the
for
balance.
It's for the fire truck, so.
Again, yeah, I mean, the requirement is, to put the minimum requirement on note pay down is $74,520. What we have left on this note is $592,320.
So then the ladder truck of $1.5 million will be paid off, then we're not incurring debt. We paid that,
So-
and we paid that
In
fire
other
truck
words, instead of
off.
going out for long-term debt, these are short-term notes.
No, I get it, I'm just saying, if we, and this is just, I'm not saying we're doing this, I'm just asking the question, right? If we don't pay the $590, if we don't pay the full balance now, right, do we get charged interest next year?
We have to
Yes,
go out for
we have to
bonds.
go out for
Okay.
notes.
So,
Notes again?
Notes,
Yeah.
yeah.
so this is, so we have to pay it, this is no,
The minimum requirement
Uh-huh.
is the $74,520. That's
Uh-huh.
the minimum that I'm required.
My goal is to pay down the debt every year as we go without acquiring new debt. And this is one way of doing it, is paying all this down at once. But this is the final payment anyway, so we paid this off for the last 3 or 4 years, whatever it's been, and we're money by now.
it just seems.
Without-
How many years?
without
3 years?
I don't know, what is it?
It was definitely during my-
But like 21.
Yeah, 21, 4 years maybe?
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
What's
God.
what's the interest on that note? You know, versus
No,
what
I
would
have to
it be?
look.
Is it like 2.5, it's low, right?
These are all
It's low,
We're
yeah,
not
but
gonna
that's,
lower it.
that's the find out.
numbers.
But what is it now? We were about-
Oh.
About, well, it fluctuates.
Yeah,
It-
well,
it-
we didn't tell you
we
go
wouldn't
out.
go out until
Yeah, but I
August.
mean, within a 0.5%, like, we're in the 4s, 6s, does it match?
You know,
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
off the top of my
okay.
head.
I don't think
I'm sure it's
that
just a lot higher, so we're just incurring more
Yeah.
interest.
Right, so every year we accrue interest on it.
But that's a big one that's off our back. We have one more, I think, Lena?
The 2014 bond, and 2021 bond. The 2021 bond
Well,
is getting paid
as far
off.
as notes, well, that's the other one that has the notes on it, but yes.
Those are notes, so that,
Get rid of one, and get another one.
yeah.
not two the same.
When we get the down payment on improvements, we can talk about the other improvements and how.
But, so we're all good with that amount?
I think we have to kind of see the big picture on that, right? I mean, I know Jason stated that he wants to pay that down, but I think, like as Anna said, we need to see what really, where we made out with our budget. We don't have the big picture yet.
Right, like that seems like.
It would be nice, of course.
Yeah, it's a large chunk of money though, that's what I'm saying.
But if we have 200K left over, the interest on that would be 10 grand. So the carrying cost may not be that bad.
Right.
Keep it out the way.
And then, well, the monitoring, they charge us $1,700 for them.
So are we kind of putting a pin in this, just look at it later, or?
My opinion is no.
But, and if we don't pay it down,
Because you're gonna,
right, our debt to income ratio would go higher if we buy another fire truck. So we'll have the old debt plus the fire truck, so that ratio would go up, would that have a negative impact on the budget and how much money we borrow in the future, if that goes up?
Our percentage to equalize ratio is low.
Low.
I wanna keep it low. I like it low, I love low.
But even with this, we would still remain low.
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know.
but you're gonna incur another $1 million, $1.2 million this year, probably, on a fire truck, I don't know.
Well, we haven't decided that yet.
Correct, but I think it's a 3-year thing, you have the 25 or 6-year-old piece of equipment down there already, right? So,
Yeah.
you can't,
3 years from when you order it.
Build it,
So
right?
you order it
Build it.
now, it comes in 2028.
And we wanna keep our insurance thing low, right?
you got a 30-year-old piece of apparatus, that doesn't,
Yeah,
There's national fire things that recommend replacing after 30 years.
30, yeah.
yeah.
It's like 29, right?
so 26,
Oh, 26, okay.
97, 2002.
25 or 26, I think.
Okay.
So that,
Just notice that it's hard to get parts and
3
stuff.
years.
It was partly,
Roughly 30 years.
What can you get for that per hour?
Couple thousand.
Yeah, it's outlaw,
I bought one for I bought one for $4,000. I went to Italy and my brother cut it and made a utility truck. I never had a fire truck, we were poor.
how much did it cost you to ship it to Italy?
No, I had it here.
While he was.
I had it here. I never had a fire truck, we were poor, we had nothing. I was one of the fire truckers, I'm gonna buy a real fire truck this time. I came back from Italy, he put a flatbed on it.
That's what happens. So Jason, you're saying potentially, right, what's the cost of the new fire truck? And that would be a note that we would have?
Trying to work on it so we can budget a little bit every year.
Right.
I don't know whether that's gonna be amenable to the manufacturer, and pay him but yeah, there are other options that we do have to do that, but, getting one of these notes off the bat.
Alright, I mean,
Important to me.
we both trust Kevin and we know he's good, but if it's a 3 years time, it's 1.2, wouldn't it be like 1.4 by the time we're done?
2%.
It's always more.
We signed
There
the
were
contract.
there were increases in.
There were increases last
If you
time.
sign the contract, I believe, from what I
Something like
understood,
Lock
it
it.
holds it up.
Oh, it locks it in?
If not, it's 2% a quarter
Yeah.
a year, so it's 8% a year. If you don't do anything now, it'll go, so if we wait till next year, it'll be 8% higher. And then another 8, and that might go.
That's $100 grand.
Easy, yeah. And only, there's only certain people making fire trucks. So-
Sorry, we're not there yet. Interest on bonds?
Interest on bonds, that's the cost of the interest. Interest on notes, that's due in August. Police, fireman retirement system, that's the bill.
For your cops.
Down payment on improvements.
Is there deferred charges in there?
Nothing.
Oh, no, there's nothing,
Right,
there's nothing.
we just carry that on, okay.
Oh,
I'm seeing a light, I'm seeing a light, guys.
Back in 2021, then, yeah.
improvement.
Two more pages.
Down payment and improvements, so if you look at that, right now we have, the acquisition of the fire truck, so that's the balance that's left on it, that 592,320, we have notes on that. We also have, ordinance number 1-23, improvements of various roads. Right now, our balance is $785,840, that's not funded. Ordinance number 1-24, improvements of various roads. We have $649,800, that's not funded. And then we just did this one this year, for improvements of roads for $905,350, that's not funded. So out of those, in this budget, I have proposed, on ordinance 1-23, which is the oldest ordinance, we have $224,840 that's not spent. Checked with the engineer, he said that that project is complete, so we can cancel that amount,
Alright.
which would leave a balance of $561,000. So I have proposed on here to pay down on that improvement and raise that 561 and make that funded, which would just leave us with road improvements for 2024 and the current road improvements in 2025.
And the total of that is all the way around 1.5 mil.
Yes, that's unfunded.
We gotta create money to put it in there.
I'm sorry?
We gotta create money to put it in there.
She did.
No, usually,
Don't have all those machines.
She
that
wiggled
make
her
cash.
nose like this, Sal.
I don't have
Did
the
you see
machine
it
that
there,
makes
for
the
God's
cash.
sakes, sound like
Is
this?
that one of those printers that makes the cash?
No, you do.
Oh.
Remember what somebody said one time?
Yeah.
Any
Accumulating
questions on that?
absences.
But like I didn't bring up, the DPW did want, two new laptops, because they're working off of Windows 10.
Oh my God. You serious?
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, so they're asking for two computers and a laptop for their office, I forgot about those, so. I just put roughly $6 grand.
What's in the computer line now?
And
DPW.
my, oh, DPW?
Or yours, or
Oh, mine.
whatever, yeah.
Oh,
No, for yours.
It's, treasurer. I have 4,000 in there.
Yeah, 4,000.
Maybe one.
Yeah. So, well,
Who's getting one inside? Can somebody get one inside?
Here,
Yeah,
Scott.
yeah, so maybe we can take stock, let's see, what's that?
No, this is old. This is the old school, this building.
we got Carly when I was, when I was.
Yeah, that's-
But then we put the other desk when, the back coordinator comes, we're gonna have it.
This is our, for her.
Yeah, we have something old. Just occasionally.
Just put two laptops. How much did he say it was?
I mean,
4,000.
I think the high end was 2, but I don't know, I haven't bought a laptop in a while, maybe 1,500, I don't know what, how much.
Oh, I thought you said 6,000.
Well, it was 3 computers.
Yeah.
But we need one.
That's what I said. So two,
He said 2 desktop and 1 laptop.
Just three total machines.
Yeah, so if you get one.
$6,000
Towers,
tower.
$500, they were on there, right?
Yeah. Oh, he said something about the monitor, the monitor. It was kind of-
They only have two, right?
Yeah, they only have two.
I don't know,
Yeah, I was gonna say, why
did
they-
were they summer help use it? Short one.
Yeah, we'll put one in there.
He can do his payroll, email over to Tracy.
Oh, I think he, no, they were looking at a time clock, but then they were exploring options as far as, utilizing the computer to log in. So having a separate computer where the employees could go in and log in. So that might have been the third one that they
Maybe that's what it was, yeah, because he says not that bad, they go day to day and enter everybody's hours into a spreadsheet, and then they email it over to
There's gotta be a better way.
I know.
Yeah, but the time clock broke, I thought that got replaced.
Well, the software, he told me was expensive, like this, the annual.
No, but I guess we thought that they got an actual time
Yeah.
clock. Like for
It's kind of old fashioned.
Yes. Yeah, but this was, I thought, in, maybe, was it in COVID or a couple of years ago? It broke. I thought that they replaced it, but
Anybody have any questions on the budget?
First look there.
There you go, Mike.
Just,
Thank you.
yeah, thanks, Anna, just so I'm clear, that notes, line item for 592,320, are we reviewing that next time, or are we saying that we're doing that? Okay,
I think we have to see the big picture.
Okay.
Me, I would love it to stay, that's
Yeah.
my goal here, to pay down all this debt.
Sure.
While we can, we don't know where the economy's going, there's nothing large coming into town where we've had funds like we do now.
But could,
You know you have other large ticket items coming up.
but couldn't you take that money or a big chunk of it, throw in a bank earning 4% and pay the 2% interest and pocket the change, the difference?
No, it's, it's spending money on
Makes
debt,
sense. We can't
and it's
do it.
illegal.
Bummer.
It's true.
High yield Marcus account getting 4.75.
It's arbitrage.
Hey, you thought it was so simple. Go on, throw it in here.
Hey,
It's just numbers, Jason.
Yeah.
I love, my clients want to pay 2% off, I go, no, don't do that.
Just numbers.
Exactly.
If it was me, I would recommend paying off, that note to, fund 74,000, now you're at 400 and going out for notes and getting, bond attorney involved and going and paying that whole process for such a smaller amount. To me, I don't know if that would make sense.
Yeah, and I think to the point, we just need to look at the big picture, so.
I just need clarification from the board, just so I don't mess up, but it's 10:30, I'm sorry. So this arborist, real quick. No, real quick, it's only an hour, it's gonna be an hour long. The arborist, I'm gonna get him only if the tree is upstanding and we worry about it. If the tree's on the ground, we go to the old way, DPW goes there, if they can take care of it.
But he doesn't have to look at a tree on the ground.
Alright, so it's just limited to when the tree is up.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But again, you're just asking them to be quotes.
Well, let's see.
Just asking for quotes.
No, for now I'm getting quotes, but then in the future, if the tree's 50/50, he's gonna make a
We don't
decision
know
and then.
because we
Thank you
didn't
for
vote.
coming
We
all.
don't know because we didn't,
Thank you
we
for
didn't get any
coming.
quotes.
It's great to, you are champion.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it, $100 an hour.
Bill,
We're good, we're done?
we can count if you want, we're gonna adjourn in a minute.
Alright.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
6,000.
What's that?
Let
good.
me get a hold of it.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second by Sal.
Bill, second by Sal.
There you go.
What time
It is
is it? 10:25.
Nancy, thank you for this.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Very kind of you.